Welcome to the quiet place where our motto is fuck books.
um, well, thank you, Gracie. Was not on camera to knock my mic over that time. But
That's always the best part of the show, though.
it seems like it, yeah. But, you know, I haven't had much of a problem with going on camera since Ann brought it up. Like, I don't know, maybe it's time. But just for this week, I'm going to keep it in avatar mode just because, frankly, there are too many people who don't deserve to see me at my worst. And so I'm not going to show them that.
What's wrong with your face this week?
It appears to be being, I don't know, groomed by someone off camera. You know, maybe having some mayonnaise peddled to me. I don't know.
What, Ben, do you have an idea what he means by that?
I assume that he looks pretty ragged because of everything that's been happening.
But what is he talking about? Like somebody grooming his face with mayonnaise. What does that mean?
That's the pills again.
Yeah,
what's that?
The pills. That's all that is.
Okay.
It's okay. Maybe it's whipped cream. I don't know.
Oh, you're talking about the avatar there. I see. Yes. Okay.
I will be back on webcam next week. You don't get to see me at my worst. You know who you are out there. Sorry.
Well, I'm really kind of intrigued now. I think you should turn on that camera.
Maybe you get a few more drinks in me and a few more other things in me. No.
If you're lucky, I got something to put in you before the end of the night. You know what I mean?
No, I didn't mean sexually. How are we going to pull this show off, guys? We got 4 guests. And I am like listless this week due to, current events, family, dark family stuff going on. And normally I at least go in with some kind of, vision in my head of how it'll all pan out. But I don't know. I may come in totally uninformed this week. And
so who is going to be on?
Well, they will be here in an hour, and there are 3 of them, and they operate in, from what I understand, in tandem. Is that a thing where 3 people operate as one unit, kind of like, I don't know, the parts of Voltron form the large robot, Right. It's kind of a thing like that. Maybe it's some kind of new marketing, gimmick. I don't know, but it sounds pretty intriguing. And it is from at least one person of this trio has been on here before, and another one has had someone on here, and the other one is just some other guy. So I don't want to give any more away than that.
Well, it's in the title.
Oh, it is, isn't it? It is right down there in the title. I did specify. Yeah. Jesus.
So move your eyes. I know that you're. This is to the audience. I know that your fat fucking asses don't like the calories that get burned by moving your eyes, but just move them just a little bit up, so you can see who's going to be on the fucking show. Okay.
I hope Patrick Harrison doesn't mind that I forgot the 3rd in his name. Patrick Harrison the 3rd. He's just Patrick Harrison. I mean, this week. I hope that's not a.
Well, in that case, he's his grandpa.
I'll put my best people on it if he is offended by it. Hey, there's something else in the title there. What else is going on in the title there that you can see? Come on.
Put the Konami code in the title.
That's it. Thank you. First try. First guess. Thank you. I was so worried that I was going to have to explain it, and I would have been.
You're going to have to explain it to me.
Oh, I do?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Did you ever have kids that played Contra for NES growing up, or did you play Contra for NES?
So it's like instructions for maneuvering, through some sort of a maze or something like that in a video game. Is that what it is?
Well, you're close enough. It's warm, but no, it's like what is it? A 50-man code for Contra?
Something like 30 or 50 extra lives. Yeah.
It basically made the game of Contra much easier to navigate.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Okay.
It became like a meme of its own before memes were a thing. And Konami would use it over and over, and then other people would use it, and it probably found its way into like movie dialogue somewhere, where some screenwriter was too hip for the room and thought he'd throw it in there. It's become like canon of pop culture. And
okay, so that was your prayer for 50 men. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Do you have 50 to give me?
Yeah, I can make that happen.
We can arrange that.
Make a call real quick.
How does Gracie knock the mic over jumping down? That's a new thing. I mean, God.
And we're not privy to any of this. God damn it.
No, but like I said, I don't want them to see me at my work. At least not yet.
Can you just have it pointing at your cat or something like that?
Well, yeah, but what if she moves?
Well, she always moves. Cats move. It's a thing they do.
She does, doesn't she? Okay. So it wouldn't bother you if my bed wasn't made?
I assume that your bed is never made.
Yeah,
Well,
that's what my assumption would be as well.
Okay, it's not, but it doesn't even have normal, like, blankets and, sheets on it at the moment. I just kind of threw something together.
You're a single guy in your late 30s. Of course it's not going to.
Yeah, I mean, come on. It's probably just got, blood stain right in the middle, right?
Okay, does it matter that I've got, like, the post-nasal drip or something?
No.
And that my face
post-nasal is no big deal, right?
The lower half of my face may look like it's frosted from, like icicle in place of facial hair or something. I don't know.
That's fine.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
You would accept me even as an unholy wretch?
Yeah.
Well, I would just assume it was cum.
And I would still accept you.
Yes. We accept all types on The Quiet Place.
But would anyone else? What about the many viewers out there who depend on this every Sunday night? Do you care? Put a one in the chat. Want to see me get on camera?
They're long past the point of caring if they're listening to us.
That's correct.
Put one in the chat if you care if I'm on or not. If I'm on webcam or not. Come on. I need more than that.
Of course.
I'll think about it. So, what are we gonna do? What the hell are we gonna do for an hour, guys? It made more sense when I planned it initially.
So, when's the fourth guest coming on?
An hour or two after that.
Okay.
You know what? I really just kind of I misjudged my own strength, and I'm one day removed from refill day, and that's the main thing. Anything else I could probably find a way to cope with, but the fact that I ran out 2 days early, or really a day and a half early, is enough that it's been making my legs spasm and shit. I did it to myself, yeah, and all I have is alcohol, which is the hops are making my sinuses, empty every minute, but it's really just withdrawal, like probably, the dark family depression stuff. I mean, I've managed it so far, but not having something there to quell it, I guess. You know what I mean?
Yes. So why don't you get some other types of drugs?
Oh, there he goes.
He's done.
Yeah.
He's probably just teetered over.
Yeah, he's dead. Okay.
Yeah.
So what do we? So I guess I'm the host now.
Yes, you are the host. Oh no, the cat is, I guess.
There you have. There.
Yeah, you're looking good. I mean, the bottom half of your face is, like you described.
So my whiskers my whiskers are not.
The whiskers are a little droopy, but that's about it.
Yeah.
You probably could use a shave.
Yeah.
You really think so? Okay. Well, what's going on with everybody else?
Not much, really.
Just reading books.
Yeah.
Or no, short stories and books, I guess. I've I'm cheating on my short story month thing. I'm reading a book as well as short stories.
I wanted to read more this week, believe me, but I've been woken up like 8 or 9 times every night this week, just trying to do the home caregiver thing.
Right.
And it is not working, and it breaks my heart that it's just not working. But I don't know, man. I've fallen to pieces this weekend, but yeah. So who says you can't continue short story month into next month?
Me. I mean, I'm still reading short stories, but I'm also reading a book, but it's not necessarily a fiction book, so I'm saying it's not counting. So
Book.
that Messenger's book that Regina was talking about last week with the owls and UFO sightings and all that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, it's pretty good so far. Hopefully it stays good. But it's kind of like one of those topics that I enjoy reading about.
See, that's another thing.
Kind of thing.
That's another thing is that this just in the last day or so, I feel a lot of my book knowledge like turning over and like hemorrhaging in weird ways, just because of one day removed from having what I need. But I mean, the brain is the same, basically. Just so I don't understand that.
It just doesn't have its normal fuel.
Yeah,
you're just tired.
Anyway, you were talking about get a different kind of drug. Well, I mean, I'm in southeastern Tennessee. I mean, we haven't exactly caught the memo on even edibles and stuff like that. And what do they call them? Inflatables or
Inflatable
adhesives?
Yeah.
No, not adhesives. In inhalables.
I don't know.
I
haven't heard of that.
Yeah, I've not heard of
But,
I've not heard of inflatables. That's for sure.
But given where you are, you
vaporize.
vapor.
Vape.
Yeah, vapes.
Vape. Yeah.
THC vapes.
The THC, yeah, and volcano bags. I've heard those work somehow. I don't know how. But you've heard of a volcano bag?
Why don't you just go out in the street corner and get some Oxycontin or something?
Yeah.
No comment. But one of my sources kind of dried up.
Okay.
And I wish I were joking, but and then I ran out of my normal, pedestrian shit, which always sublimated. So, yeah.
I hear that drinking antifreeze is good for you.
I've seen what that does to animals, and I know I am no better. Although I am no better than an animal, I at least am smarter than that.
I hear it tastes like blue raspberry.
Yeah. Can somebody explain to me why I wanted to buy Hollywood by Bukowski? Why did I think to buy Pulp and Hollywood by Bukowski?
Those are good books.
Because
Are they?
Bukowski books are good. I haven't read those ones yet, though.
Aren't they tail end of his career, though?
Yeah, I mean, they're good, though. I mean, they're entertaining. They're not as good as, say, Ham on Rye or Factotum or something, but they're good.
Well, I haven't read Factotum. I've read Post Office and Ham on Rye and Women, which may be one of his underrated ones. I think I've got so many books here. Looking at it now, in this one day of cruel, obscene clarity. It's like I don't remember buying half these books. And I'm fascinated with them. But I don't remember something from a great majority of them where I was trying to probably read every book ever written at once. And I had it in my head. I was doing it for the good of the authors. And I don't know if that's true either, but I was losing myself in a great big haze. I know that, but
yeah, I've been buying books like crazy lately too, for some reason.
Well, it's a downturn in productivity and public. It's not exactly a welcoming thing to go out in public, which is still stupid and should never have been. Something to enforce, but I don't know, man. It's just I see so many books here, and I hope I can read them all. At least read them all before I die. Damn it, Gracie, get off! She just put me at the beginning of Snuff again, man. I had Snuff bookmarked, and she lost my place in that just by laying the right way on the keyboard.
Can't you click a thing to go back again?
I'll close it. Do I look any more haggard than usual?
Not really, no.
Really? Because I feel like one of those things in the new Resident Evil that crystallize after Ethan Winters pummels him enough. That's what I feel like.
It looks fine.
I don't know what that means, but
you made a mention last week. You asked me how many times I went outside.
That's right. Yeah.
because I looked gaunt, right?
No, I just was curious as to whether or not you ever, walked outside.
I don't know. I got to look at myself in the mirror a few days after that, and I thought I looked gaunt even. And gaunt for me is like, I mean, that's like black metal face paint. It has to look like that for me to be concerned. But the thing is, I had been outside, rotating the trash out, burning, what garbage, the trash bucket couldn't, fit, feeding the cats outside, grabbing the mail, getting groceries, paying this bill and that bill that still are not caught up to online, payment methods. So yeah, I mean, I had been out, but I distinctly looked like I had not, and it's probably because I went a little overboard with something else that I do not have at the moment.
So tell me about this trash bucket.
What about the trash?
What's a trash bucket?
Yeah, just look in the mirror, Gregor.
Seriously, what's a trash bucket? The thing that you put your garbage out in, and they they give it to you to put your trash out in, and
it's a bucket. It's not like a trash can. It's a bucket.
It's a can.
Trash can, or if you want to call it a bin, whatever you call it.
Bin, yeah, like a bin. Trash bin.
It's a bin. Can, bucket, bin. They're all.
But in Tennessee, you guys call it trash bucket.
It's just a big thesaurus party for me. They're all the same, walk of life. So I don't know. You might get me more honest tonight. Who knows?
Well, that would be a pleasure.
Less showman-like and more honest. Yeah. I'm not used to drinking alcohol straight without some kind of medical gag, reflex.
Like a dental dam?
No, just I don't know, man. Just if I take enough pills before I start drinking, it's like I don't notice the horrible taste of alcohol as much.
Oh, okay.
Which is a pain in itself. I mean, it's kind of painful itself.
So why do you think that we would be able to even see your bed? I mean, the angle never really shows your bed.
Well, that's true. I don't know.
We still haven't done the Quiet Place cribs.
Yeah.
Oh God. Not anytime soon. It's only gotten worse. I took one of the chairs that had been so just dilapidated and I chucked it over the side of the railing of the deck and rolled it the rest of the way over to the fire pit where I usually burn shit that's that I can't do anything with. It's just it was that filthy no matter how I tried to clean it. And that was with me as a caregiver. So yeah, man, I could probably joke about it with a dark gallows humor, but in other ways, I mean, it's rough, and I probably will burn that son of a bitch in chair. I got a new one to replace it already. I hope the cats don't fuck that one up too, or any other human beings that live here. So,
do you burn your clothes when you're done with them too?
Lord, no. No, but how do you fucking clean a giant recliner chair?
You don't. You just obviously you should just burn it. Yeah.
Well, what do you do? What else do you do with it?
Maybe get the trash people to pick it up.
Well,
I mean, you can't put it in your trash bucket, right? But you could put it next to it. Maybe they'd take it.
And what do they do then?
I don't know.
Take
they put
it
it
to
in
the
a
dumpster.
landfill.
They're gonna pay me for it?
No.
Is the fire gonna pay you for it?
Why can't I burn it then?
I don't see why you can't burn it.
I don't want anybody else sitting in it. It's so disgusting. And that's not an insult to any animal or human who sat in it. It's just they didn't know any better due to their condition. And I could not in good conscience let anyone else sit in that, including my cats. It's just it was that bad. And believe me, I've been trying. I've been getting up 8 and 9 times a night, and even more than that during the day. And the caregiver life, it's just I'm not cut out for it. And it's different when they come home with their faculties, but when their faculties start going, God, It's the darkest thing. I hope no one who hears this. I hope no one who hears this or sees this ever goes through that. They start dealing with someone who loses their faculties, like to where they forget what they've been doing every 5 minutes, and they start putting things in weird places, remote control in the fridge, if they can even walk, or picking up cat litter, and trying to sprinkling it in their drinking glass. That didn't happen, but that's an example. Something like that.
I mean, sadly, I think like almost probably most people have to deal with that, right? At some point in time. Yeah.
And some people don't get smart about it like I did. I realized this is going to turn into something very legally compromising and safety compromising for someone other than me. If I don't stop trying to be the tough guy in this situation, whatever happens, even if I have to move out, I don't know. I may be saying too much on the air, but that's a good show. That's good material, though, right?
Yeah.
I haven't said anything like real bad. Just I may have tipped my hand to some people who might go back and research later for some other way to screw me. Who knows?
Keep drinking.
Huh?
Keep drinking.
I am until tomorrow. God, I hope my refill's ready at 8 a.m. God, I hope it's ready first thing. I hope before they get even in the door, they think, yeah, we got to get Maddox's prescription ready. He's due for that.
Do they know you there? Do they, are you? They know you?
Yeah, I've been going there since an unspecified amount of time, but over 10 years now, I think.
I mean, do they actually know you by name and they greet you like, Norm?
Mr. Maddox. They don't say Jeremy.
Okay.
One time I complained against one of them and said, I happen to be a proud podcaster, and you tried to use that one. That was when I was way younger and way more naive.
Do you know how popular I am on the internet? Except I'm not people on the internet.
A lot of things I said when both my parents are around, I feel like I deserve a little bit of a bye with now, because now the full protection is off, and I'm seeing all the things that they sheltered me from, especially Mom. And a lot of times I would say things impulsively. The day that my dad had to go back to the hospital a few days ago, I'm still fielding questions on Goodreads to someone about whether I am anti-Semitic or homophobic. Still, on the day that my dad is going back to the hospital. And I'm thinking,
hold on a second. So somebody sent you like a message on Goodreads asking you these questions?
Yeah. And I won't say who or what the condition, what the situation that we were discussing was, huh?
Well, you just need to tell them, look, my dad has fucking dementia. I'm taking care of him. I don't have time for this shit.
I should have.
Or just simply don't answer the question, right? I mean, you don't owe anybody an answer, right?
Well, but see, I like to give the non-bullshit answer, like the kind of people who say no comment or pretend they didn't get your message. I always felt that was inauthentic, and this is not an inauthentic person who is asking. I just, I said I used to say things a lot more impulsively, as we all do when we're younger. Hey, Regina, you're here way early. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm doing great. I just
are you okay?
I'm doing fabulous.
The first thing they think to ask when you come to hang out with us is, are you okay?
That's so true. How are my literary family members tonight?
Jeremy's in a bad way because he doubled up on his prescriptions throughout the month. He's going through withdrawals.
Yeah, I fucking warned you about that last week, didn't I?
Did you last week? Did you really last week?
I sure did.
You said proof. You said not to do it at all. You didn't say not to
do it this week. Yeah, you didn't say don't do it this week.
No, I specifically told you that if you double up on your prescriptions, you run out early, and then you go through withdrawals and you have a seizure.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
you just tried to throw me out. That was too much truth.
She's just laying there like she don't give a fuck.
She's like, we rolled them bennies.
Can you hear me? Can you hear
Yeah,
me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
So, wow, she really did try to throw you out. Okay, so, I remember you saying the part about seizure, but I don't remember you saying with.
God damn it, Greasy.
Well, why do you,
You
think
go
I had the
bye-bye,
fucking
Greasy.
seizure?
Oh, I thought maybe overdose.
No, it was
No.
from the withdrawals. It was because I got such a tolerance that my prescription was for 1 milligram in the morning and 1 milligram at night, and I got such a tolerance that I took at my lowest point. I ended up taking all 60 milligrams in one day throughout the course of a day, and I didn't feel it. I didn't get high at all.
Oh.
And then I didn't have my prescription for the rest of the month. And then at the end of the month, I was literally going to the mailbox on campus to collect the pills from the mailbox. And I had a seizure while walking down a flight of stairs, and someone whose name I can't even remember, but God bless her soul, she knew me from like a party, and she saw me from all the way across campus just go limp and fall over the side of these stairs and land on my head on the concrete. And I woke up, like for me, it was like blinking. I stepped on the landing and suddenly I was on my back surrounded by paramedics. And one of them was telling me I'd had a seizure. And I was like, no, I didn't. And they're like, yeah, you did. And I'm like, no, I didn't. I started to get really belligerent and mad. And the one was like, oh yeah, who's the president? And Barack Obama had just been elected. And so it felt like a mean trick question because I was like, I know his name, but I can't remember it right now. It was super intense and I had to go to the hospital and it fucking sucked. And, you know, I think, I can't remember how long it took me to quit Klonopin after that, but I was still on it, I think, for several months. And, you know, now I haven't touched a benzo in years, except for like once I took it when I had to go on a fucking airplane to go back to see my family. And that was it. You know, it's like it's such a, and the other thing too, you don't even realize while you're on it how fucking badly it impairs your ability to form long-term memories. Like I cannot remember much of the time from the period of time when I was on benzos. So I don't know, man. I just don't think they're good.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm actually not talking about benzos though. That's the thing. I can take those up and put those down like that. It's more like long-term pain medicine that, you know, that I have the problem with. So not a problem. It's not a problem. It's a problem when I don't have it. So.
You don't have a problem. You don't have a drug problem except when you can't get drugs.
Yes.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's
and
the problem.
I think that goes for most people, but I mean, because I mean, look at the huge, you know, enterprise that is that you know, marijuana and edibles are becoming and everything.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're going to tell me that
Yeah.
people are going to call that addictive one day? I mean,
What?
People already called it addictive. I mean, some of the shit they used to say about it just was
Yeah.
ridiculous.
I mean,
Yeah.
Jesus, Jeremy, where have you been?
Yeah, what are you talking about?
well, I mean, all I ever hear from my friends is, shoot, you can't get addicted to marijuana.
Well, that's
Not
because you hang out with a
physically.
lot of fucking
Yeah.
drug users.
Yeah, I mean, not physically. Like
Yeah, it's
anything,
not
you can
physically
become like,
addictive. No.
yeah, you can
Yeah.
develop psychological dependence.
Yeah.
Like you can
Right.
just about anything, but
Exactly.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean,
you aren't gonna like shit your pants and swallow your tongue
Yeah.
if you go without it.
You're not going to steal a fucking television because otherwise you're going to wake up like you've had the worst flu of your fucking life because
who would
your
have ever thought?
THC is leaving your system.
Yeah. Well, you might feel it though when it's not there though. I mean, you'll probably feel
It's
it.
not that.
Yeah, you'll probably get
I don't know
nervous.
anything about it.
You'll
The
get
only-
nervous, but you aren't gonna go into seizures.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you have a week or two of not, being, it's just, I don't know, for me, I've been smoking pot for so regularly for so long and under such anxiety-free conditions, because it's a totally different experience to smoke pot in a state where it's recreationally legal versus a state where it's illegal or only medically illegal. It is such a fucking difference. It's like I could have a cop in my house and not be worried about the smell of pot smoke, you know. Whereas in Tucson, you know, I had a medical marijuana card, but there was like a little girl who went missing around my neighborhood a couple of years before, and one night a cop was coming by to just, you know, ask everybody if they remembered anything from that night, and I hadn't even lived there, but I still had to answer the door, obviously, because I'm like, fuck, there's a cop. And I like realized with horror that there was a bong, you know, behind me, like practically right within view. So I had to just stay in the doorway and be like, oh no, yeah, no, I didn't live there. And, you know, of course, but probably fucking reeked of pot smoke. And he was cool, you know. I feel like cops, you know, well, you know, it's like it depends on the fucking color of your skin in this country. I couldn't say that it would be cool if I had been a black person, and that's a fucking that's real horrible privilege, and really the most fucking, you know, it's like there was a one time in Columbus where I and my friends got pulled over by 6 bike cops because we were smoking pot in the car in downtown Columbus, and our driver went down the wrong way down a one-way street, and 6 bicycle cops fucking pulled us over.
Cops on bicycles. Yeah. Did they have the t-shirts and the helmets too?
Yeah, yes, they did. And it felt like a weird fucking fever dream. But the worst part was that the girl to my right had the blunt at the time, and she had just inhaled it. And so as the driver is rolling down the window, the girl next to me exhales a big fucking plume of smoke right across the car and right into the face of the cop, who then, like, obviously visibly smells it, and is like, he just like looks at us and he's like, you guys are going the wrong way down Windmill Street. And we're like, yes, officer, we're sorry, officer. And he's like, I want you to follow me, and I'm going to show you the right way to go out here. And we're like, okay, thank you, officer. Yes, thank you. And we fucking got escorted out of the alley with, like, you know, our fucking testicles inside of us. Basically, it was just a nightmare.
You say color of her skin. Right now, I feel like the color of my skin is green or blue.
I'm sorry, my buddy.
The lighting makes you look blue.
Yeah, your lighting always makes you look blue. But you're Mr. Blue. Whoa.
Anybody beat Resident Evil Village yet?
No, I don't have the console to play it.
Yeah, I've already seen how the story ends. I'm not going to spoil it, but I'm just saying it's sad. It's the way how far they have come from like the full motion video cutscenes of PS1 Resident Evil to now with like actual talented voice acting and you know, impressively rendered cutscenes is fascinating. And man, that Ethan Winters character is of literary and cinematic quality, and he's in a video game. That's amazing. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, I really feel like video games are definitely an art of their own when they're done right. Man, you know what? Fuck, I love Resident Evil 4. I don't have a PS5 because scalpers are fucking assholes and it's ridiculous. But
how do you say that 4 is your favorite?
4 is very fun. I used to just like speed run 4. I feel like for me, I just got really good at it like right away. And I was like, this is a fun ass game. And I just like nailed it, and I could speed run it. I could do it in like, I think 2 to 4 hours. It was something ridiculous. It was like really crazy. And it's like one of the few games that I've ever, like that and Fatal Frame 2 are the only 2 video games I think that I've ever like really hit me like that, where it's like I just want to get good at it, you know.
Fatal Frame, I was too much of a wuss for Fatal Frame. I mean, I like the feeling of playing Fatal Frame, but I was always too afraid to advance. Now, Silent Hill 3, I actually wasn't very good at Silent Hill 2. I had to watch a friend play it, but I got good at Silent Hill 3. And I still consider that one of my like favorites, even though it doesn't have the genius plot twist of 2.
Yeah,
that's the thing. It's like all over the internet. It's like, yeah, the 9-foot tall vampire lady, and over here I'm thinking it'd be so nice to get a new Silent Hill game.
I know, it would be really fucking cool. I really wish that Konami hadn't fucked with Hideo Kojima's life and hadn't taken Silent Hills away from us, because I think that could have been the greatest project that video games had ever seen. And I think we could have had something fucking phenomenal with, Benicio del Toro being, or what's his
And
face?
Norman
Is that his name?
Regis. Norman Regis.
And yeah, Norman Regis. Yeah, man. It's just like, fuck off. I'm so mad at Konami that I just can't. I feel like I can't even fucking support their video games anymore.
Yeah,
Like,
Resident Evil games take place in a lot of times in Eastern European, like Romanian type areas now, where they used to just be in strictly Raccoon City. At different times of the night of RE1. It used to be as far as they would go. And now we're going all the way to Eastern Europe. And I notice a lot of the Let's Play people on YouTube are like of like that deep, thick Eastern European, like Slavic accent playing through the game. So I wonder if that's what makes this the best selling of all time, is that they kind of they became patrons of it.
Well, probably that and the big titty vampire lady, but I know one of the prior ones took place in Africa, and there was some controversy because of that.
Because when was it? When was one in Africa?
It was a pretty recent one. See, they're on 8, so I want to say maybe 5, 6, maybe.
I don't know. I know it wasn't 7. That was like Texas Chainsaw Massacre type, with the people that turn into mold creatures or something. I don't know. The whole thing got weird. It's amazing. I always thought it was just chiefly about zombies, and now they've kind of broadened the mythos to where you've got this whole backstory in that developing throwback of a village with a vampire aristocracy and a creature that basically lives in the reservoir, and this woman who animates puppets with her mind, and some guy who like lives on the hill overlooking all of them, who reports to Mother Miranda. I'm not really spoiling anything by saying that much, but that for them to go from just zombies in an abandoned mansion practically to that's they've done it. They've reinvigorated it.
yeah, no, it sounds like it's pretty refreshing and pretty cool, and it looks slick as hell, and I think it looks fun.
Yeah, it sounds like it's something that's keeping you occupied while you're waiting for your pharmacy order to get filled.
Man, I would take an injection with the V-cell virus right now, or with these fucking villagers. I would let them inject me with the vol. What is it? The werewolf over in that country, Volcart or something.
What if you went to your nearest vaccination center and let them vaccinate you with an injection of the vaccine for COVID?
Yeah, the COVID vaccine is the secret way of spreading the T virus.
Well,
yeah, so if you want the T virus, why don't you go get your COVID shot?
Okay, well, what do they give me for that besides the vaccine?
Well, you can get a donut.
That isn't going to make me feel like euphoria, is it?
It might.
No.
I know. Maybe I'll
get 2 of them. You could probably go to like 5 or 6 different vaccine centers and get a shot everywhere you go.
That probably won't be a good idea.
Do that, Jeremy.
You can get a lot out of me with if I have euphoria on my side.
You should collect them all, right?
Gotta
get a Pfizer, Moderna, AstraZeneca, and J&J one. You should get them all.
Yeah, why?
And then whatever the Chinese one is called. There's a Chinese one, and I think there's a Russian one as well. I can't remember what those are called, though.
Yeah, but if you get the Russian one, you can't drink, so that's not a good one for Jeremy.
Ever?
Oh.
No, just for like 20 days.
I'm pretty sure the Russians
got the Russian one. There's no way.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Russians aren't getting it then.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, I bet that's not popular.
There's some hesitancy there, I'm sure.
Well, I mean, the thing is, this is the only time I've really even gotten like sinus upset is when I didn't have something to buffer between me and this. What happened? Tina, why did you jump out of the screen?
I'm still here.
Anyway,
I don't know.
So why, when this is the only time I've gotten sick, is by my own hand, by running out of medicine too early? That's the only time I've gotten sick. since all this shit began. What, 1 year ago now? Has it officially been a year?
It's been over a year. Yeah.
I literally have not come down with the cold sniffles or anything. This is the closest I've come. Is a nasal sinus passage problem over the weekend when I, took my last ones.
Well, I mean, if you got COVID now, going to get a vaccine is not going to help you. So
Yeah.
I don't.
I'm sure you just have,
I'll feel better.
body trying to fail because you don't have the normal poison that you put in
That's
it.
kind of what I think is the problem here.
I feel better. I will feel better at 8:14 a.m. tomorrow.
They're not going to have your prescription ready.
Maybe
we're going to see your ass on the news. We're going to see your ass on the news tomorrow.
Maybe 8:14 a.m. Maybe they did it the night before they went.
There's no fucking way. You're dreaming.
Yeah, no. There's just going to be a really pissed off and tired pharmacist who's like, Jesus, it's Jeremy again.
Yeah.
No, Mr. Maddox, we don't have
bring your
prescription
nunchucks.
ready.
Bring your nunchucks home.
So, all right. So even if as much as it sucks, the show, even if a show sucks, it still must go on. So, well, I don't know what is going on.
Jeremy, I got a question for you. I've been meaning to ask you this entire show. It's really important. When I first logged on and I was in the waiting room, there was a music playing. What was it? It was like kind of like a, I don't know, atmospheric electronic music. What was that? Do you know?
Hang on. I will tell you the both the song and the artist if you really want it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It sounded like it might have been Mechstream or Mechstream or something like that, but I'm probably wrong. What's that?
What is Mechstream?
It's some kind of German pop weirdo shit.
No. This is like documentary type, atmospheric, like you said, background music for like extremely intense situations that are being discussed on a program. That's
okay.
Soundtrack music. So, hang on.
Okay. Because it sounded like Mechstream.
It was the heavy synthesizers, 80s flourishing type stuff.
I think I might have shared, like, there's this one video that these folks, just, Mechstream has made. I think I might have shared it with Ben at one point. Seems like it was something I would have sent Ben. Do you recall anything like that, Ben?
I don't know.
Yeah. I'll put it and you pull it up, Ben, and see if you remember it. You'll remember it instantly, I think, if you pull it up.
There it is.
What is it?
Prayers
by
Wade McNeil and Andrew Gordon McPherson, and it was first heard on Dark Side of the Ring, which is about all these horrible stories that happen to wrestlers in the course of their careers when they're being wrestlers or being one of the boys, or neglecting their family, or if something happens with their family, or somebody commits suicide or overdoses on drugs. It's Dark Side of the Ring, And so I've heard that synthesizer flourish on just about every episode, and then we're now into season 3, and it stuck with me because of what I'm going through, and so I just felt like playing it at the beginning of this show.
Okay, because it sounded like Mechstream, and that Mechstream is they've made one of the best music videos ever. I thought that might have been them. So
okay, this is it right here that you're sending.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know that you want to pull it up on this program.
Well, I will some other time.
Yeah, well, I don't think you should pull it up necessarily ever on this program.
What about as like music?
As music, it'd be fine, but the visuals may get you in trouble.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, now what is Mechstream again?
Some kind of German pop, electronic, atmospheric, weirdo pop band.
And how fast does word travel from German to the U.S.?
I don't know what that means. Speed of modern day technology.
Crying over here at that fucking question. Jeremy, what the fuck? I don't know what that even fucking meant.
Well, how long does it take?
However fast it takes for a bilingual person to talk about something on a fucking image board.
So not long at all.
No, like 5 minutes.
Yeah, there's no lyrics in this song or whatever,
Well,
it's just instrumental.
From some people that instrumental songs don't fall under the same copyright protection laws as songs that have lyrics and vocals, but
I don't know about that.
I don't know about that either. It sounds like some lawyer would have, read the fine print and amended that by now.
It seems like the music industry's got it all buttoned down pretty tight. I don't think that's a true statement.
To still be putting up, copyrights in this age where they have where like we have the upper hand with sharing stuff and getting stuff out, and they still just violation. I mean,
yeah, they don't like you, Jeremy. Yeah.
Well, I mean, us as globally.
Well, they don't like any of us.
But anybody who shares music just as a spur of the moment, thing.
They suck dick. They do. You play like 5 seconds of a fucking music, and I don't know, some stupid. I don't know, what do the kids listen to? 5 seconds of summer or whatever, and then all of a sudden, your 2-hour stream is the entire thing is fucking claimed.
Yeah,
right.
What do kids listen to? Some of them give you the opportunity to trim it, but I mean, that song really tied the show together, though, man.
I know.
It wasn't like a Prince song that you played.
Like a fool.
Yeah, from the first Batman movie, and it's like nobody has dusted that shit off in.
I mean, but it's Warner
years.
Brothers, man. They're like the they've got enforcers.
The Prince estate is like really strict.
Batman since then, they haven't done shit with that Batman since '92, man. And that was the guiding light of Batman in movies. I don't care what anybody says. Adam West, can suck it. That Michael Keaton Batman was the guiding light.
Did you say Adam West can suck a Michael Keaton Batman?
It was the canary in a coal mine.
No, it wasn't.
Michael Keaton's Batman. Yes, it was.
What coal? What was it warning about? What was the warning?
It was a canary in the Batcave. Yeah.
What was the warning?
That Nolan will do it better someday. I don't know.
What are you talking about?
Hey, by the way, okay, wait, who here saw Tenet?
I haven't seen it now.
I haven't seen it, but I'd like to see that.
Or Victor Salva or Oliver.
No,
Christopher
Nolan movie that came out during the pandemic and nobody saw it.
It's so good. It's fucking phenomenal. It's like I feel about Tenet the way everybody else seems to feel about Inception. I was like, I loved it. It like felt very influenced by Gene Wolfe. I feel like Nolan is very heavily Gene Wolfe influenced. And specifically Memento is very much like Latro in the Mist, which is very interesting. But this really reminds me of some of the things I was talking about when I was talking about Book of the New Sun, about the aliens going backwards in time and the main character, Book of the New Sun, going forwards. It's really good. I really feel strongly that everyone in here should watch it so we can gab about it because it's great.
Is that the right reference? Is that what it's referring to?
No, it's Tenent.
Okay, they spelled it
by
wrong?
Christopher Nolan.
It's a palindrome.
It's related to Square. That's
film,
like a very.
I spelled Tenet wrong. I've been educated right on one thing, and it was spelled.
No, this is the occult version of the word tenant. So you're okay because you're just a good Christian boy, Jeremy. So
you're trying to lead me into witchery.
Aren't I always? Well, fuck, Gregor's always over here dressed up like a fucking goat. So, I mean, I'm not the one who's using fucking devil symbols.
Sometimes a goat's just a goat.
Is it?
Yeah, keep telling yourself that, Gregor.
Is it tenement?
No, tenant. T-E-N as in Nancy. E-N. Tenant?
No,
is that it? No, it's tenant. It's T-E-N-E-T. Yeah, it's T-E-N-E-t. You had me second guess myself.
Because it's thematically appropriate for the film.
Yeah. It's a palindrome, and it's also it's part of like a specific square called the Sator Square, which is a weird, just like I said, it's kind of a weird occult like thought device, I guess.
Wow, this does sound pretty. This just that one sentence crystallizes in your brain whether you're on something or not as something that means something,
A bunch of
Oh
people.
yeah, I see what you're talking about. The Sator Square. Yeah. I know about these things, or I've seen them before.
Armed with only one word and fighting for the survival of the entire world, a protagonist journeys through a twilight world of international espionage on a mission that will unfold in something beyond real time. Of
It's
course,
so good.
if I play this trailer, it will get.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah, don't get us slammed.
A bunch of people complained about the sound mixing when it came out, which is a weird thing to complain about when it's something I've never really heard people complain about.
No, okay, I do complain
really a
about sound
problem?
mixing, and I will say I fucking hated the sound mixing in this one. It really was honestly a huge problem. I'm always sensitive to sound mixing because I grew up in a house like my mom and my stepdad had a TV with really bad just speakers, I guess, the way they were formatted. So I really noticed bad sound mixing. And the sound mixing on this was really bad. Like sometimes it was just like the soundtrack is like this, boom, like it's Inception, but the Inception soundtrack played backwards instead of played slow. And so you've got that going over everybody's conversations, and everybody's kind of like talking at kind of like this volume a little bit. And it's like, it's just like, God, can we change that, please, for one of the releases in the future? It's just.
It seems kind of weird. Do you think that was a creative choice?
No, I don't think so.
Because that seems like a weird thing for a A-list director like Nolan to have fucked up.
No, I feel like I've seen some A-list movies, blockbuster movies usually have this kind of a problem.
I've seen it too, or heard it rather. Yeah,
maybe it's like
it's
mixed
just
for
not level.
Maybe it was like mixed for theater systems or something like that.
That could very well be, and it definitely sounds in part like that because we've got some surround speaker type things, and so you really hear how separate the soundtrack is from
Dolby
the
butt
vocal
shaker
track.
type of stuff.
Yeah.
So because I remember a lot of people complained about the de-aging effects in The Irishman, but I actually think that was kind of on purpose. Because I think Scorsese was trying to engage in a sort of like distancing to, make the audience, not to be able to view like when they're doing the like cool stuff, not be able to really, view it on that level because it's intentionally about like sucking all of the romance out of the mafia mythos.
What are you guys going to do?
I'm not sure that I'm following what you're saying there, Ben. What's that again now?
Well, that the de-aging in the Irishman. Have you seen it?
Right. No, I've not seen it, but I know what de-aging is, and I understand that you're saying that some people think it's not very good, and you think that Scorsese is making it not good on purpose for some sort of artistic effect. But what is it?
To distance the audience from being able to get engaged with the quote-unquote cool stuff that the actors do in the younger parts.
Oh, as far as like their violent outbursts or their violent actions where they're killing people or whatever, is that type of thing?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Because
so he's trying to make it so that he doesn't that people don't think it's cool to smash somebody's head with a door or something like that.
Kind of. It's less moralizing and more just intentionally like taking the romance out of the mafia mythos.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I've not heard that. That's an interesting take on it.
Yeah, it's if it's like Scorsese's last movie, it's an appropriate one because it's him just completely deconstructing his own career.
So you enjoyed that film because I've not yet seen it.
Oh, I think it's a great film. It is like 3 hours long, but it doesn't feel that way. Like it. Yeah, it's very engaging with the performances and everything.
Have you seen that Black Robe movie? Or no, it's not Black Robe. Silence, I think is what it's called. Have you seen that one?
I haven't seen that. No.
Yeah, I'm curious to see that one. It's an odd turn for him. It's like about these two Catholic missionaries, or maybe they might be Jesuits even, in Japan in like feudal Japan era or something like that. Have you heard about that? It's a Scorsese movie.
No, I haven't heard about that.
Oh, no, yeah, I know exactly the one you're fucking talking about. That's the one that was at the Oscars a couple of years ago, like 4 or 5 years ago. It's really good. I really liked that one actually a lot, and I got really interested in that subject, and it ended up influencing a trilogy that I wrote very heavily. It's a really
What
good
one was
movie.
that? The Hierophant's daughter?
Yeah, that's the
Okay.
one. Yeah,
Okay.
it's a really interesting
we
subject.
didn't actually get to mention your week of exposure on godless.com, including
Yeah, how did that go?
It was pretty good. It was pretty solid. Definitely fun, and I was impressed with the site. Drew Stepik really works really hard to make it a success, and I think it's just also a self-made success because people really want this kind of a platform, and really want to have a place where horror can just be horror without having to worry about being taken off the store, being subject to shitty algorithms because some fucking Tumblrites saw something that upset them and then they, bombed it, and, now the book gets buried in the algorithm. I think, it's just really refreshing. I think it's really great, and I had a lot of fun. So there's, several different exclusives that I have up there, and I'm working on another one that'll probably be done soon. I've got a novel that I've been writing this week that I started on Tuesday, and I'm probably going to finish on Tuesday. And
Pretty
so
hardcore.
yeah, I'm really tired. So when that's done, then I'm going to finish that short story. And my birthday is on Wednesday. So hopefully if I get this novel done, it'll be the last novel of my 20s. Ooh.
Wow.
Yeah. It's
So,
weird.
are you one of the creepy women that's being featured on this like godless women creepy type
No,
of?
actually, I didn't even hear that it was a female takeover of Godless, but it's probably because I was just featured like 2 weeks before, so I didn't really worry about it.
So,
But it was cool.
okay.
It was nice for Rain Havoc. I thought it was nice that she was a featured author, and then there were a couple of other ladies that were featured. And it looked like it was a fun week. And
I'm sure
Simon's
that they're not, I'm sure they're nice people, this Rain Havoc individual, but she's not on this program. What specific titles did you have in this week of Regina Watts?
Well, it was all. It was interesting how it worked out because I just kind of. I have had Familiarity, my novel, scheduled to come out on February 30th for like a year. That's been the plan, and it was really interesting because I kind of approached Drew at like the perfect time with like a handful of short stories, and he ended up putting them all up in a week to a lead up of Familiarity. So there was 2 Dottie After Dark specials, which were very short, and they used to be, one was a mailing list exclusive, and the other one was basically exclusive to either the paperback or there was an early offer to, like, if you would do something on social media, like do fan art or buy Dottie merch and show a picture of yourself wearing like a Dottie apron or wearing a Dottie pin, I'd send you the short story for free. But I didn't have any takers, sadly. So those 2 short stories are now Godless exclusives, or for digital. They are available in paperback form. But the actual Godless exclusives are we have a horror comedy erotica short set in the Sabian universe, which is The Witch's Eldritch Wingman. And then we have a Dottie short called Fit to be Tied, and both of those have some non-consensual erotic elements, especially the Dottie one, which gets really violent and really horrible and is really actually influenced by The Shining. So that one's fun, and that's Fit to be Tied as in Thai food, so it's like THIAI apostrophe D, ha 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 ha.
Okay.
And then we also have the very, Cleared Away ended up being really controversial, and I understand why, because it's not,
What was?
Cleared Away, which is the Nazi short.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And I ended up getting some fucking blowback for that.
What, after it was published on Godless? Because it was published elsewhere first, right?
Yeah, it was published on Smashwords, and Smashwords was like, let it ride for like a week and a half, and then they were like, you need to take this down. And I was like, no. And they were like, yes, you do. And I was like, but you guys have Nazi romance, and it's okay as long as it's fucking consensual and you depict the Nazis sympathetically. But as soon as you start to depict Nazis how they really are, and you start to make works that really question why people read horror and why people want to read extreme horror that's about these horrific acts of rape, then people get uncomfortable and nervous. And it's like, you fucking should be uncomfortable and nervous. These are stories that are about really fucking horrible things. And if you're like not in touch with that, then maybe you should be, you know? So I guess to me, you know, it's a 4,500 word thing. And, you know, somebody, I guess, wrote to Drew and tried to get it taken down. And then they wrote to me and they tried to talk me into taking it down. And I was like, no. And it's going to continue to be a no. You know, it's like, don't, you know.
I mean, that's the purpose of the site. Why would they even ask, right?
I know.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
so
like now you've got some marketing material there. You can take a quote from the email they're saying about why it needs to be taken down, and you know, put it as a blurb up on there.
That's a really good idea. Yeah, well, Simon McCarty, who of course is the author of Mother Maggot, for those watching at home,
who goes on Bazong but doesn't come on this program.
I know. I'm so mad at him. Oh my god, I'm so fucking mad at him. I'm so butthurt. You have no idea how pissed off I was when I saw that. I was like, you little bitch. Yeah, Simon, I know you're probably listening.
Tell that fucking bogan to get his ass on.
I know. But so he fucking read this book and he was like, this is one of the worst stories I've ever read. One of the stories I've ever read. He was like, this is so haunting. He was really traumatized by it and he wrote a great review of it. And it was very satisfying.
So the person who asked you to, or you know, asked that it be removed from the marketplace, did they actually read it, or they just think that they shouldn't have things?
Well, I believe they did read it, and I asked them. I was like, you know, it's not in my custom to put trigger warnings on works, but I do have to ask you. You know, the book is. Instead, I package books in such a way that the book itself is its own trigger warning, like in nature, you know?
Right.
You don't pick up the psychedelic frog if you don't want to go on a really bad trip. You don't pick up the book with the Nazi on the cover if you don't want to read about a Nazi raping a girl. And so I feel like I asked him, I was like, so with that in mind, why did you read this book? And this person, like, first they blew me off in a really rude way and was basically like, I gave you my opinion, you can take it or leave it. And I was like, okay, fuck you, fine. So I liked their message and walked away. And then that night, actually, during the quiet place, they messaged me again. And they had a big long thing, and in it they were like, and as to why I read the book, it was a matter of morbid curiosity. And I just wanted to see if it was as bad as I thought it was going to be, and it was.
Well, it was.
And I was like, oh, okay. Morbid curiosity. That's like the fucking oldest excuse in the book, you fucking
morbid curiosity is a marketplace. Sorry.
Yeah, we all know you masturbated it, and as soon as you had your post-nut clarity, you realized how fucked up you are, and you know, had to lash out at Regina, but you know, just embrace it. Just don't do that shit in real life and keep rubbing yourself to the Regina books.
Yeah, you know, that's the thing, man. It's like, I feel like that is the point of the book, is to be shocking and to, you know, again, it's like half of the fucking books on Godless are about rape. And it's like, I feel like it's very violent rape usually, or very like fantastical, weird, just bizarre shit. And it's like, so you cannot tell me that it's, you know, ultimately any more or less fucking morally acceptable to be reading about one form of rape or another form of rape. So it's like, wake the fuck up. It's all fucking horrible. You know, just because you're triggered by what hat the rapist is wearing, I don't think that fucking is a detriment to the work.
Right. So it looks like it almost looks like Regina Watts's face is on the cover of this book. It's not true though, is it?
Familiarity, or
no, the Regina Watts, you know, real deep fake looking thing.
Which book is this?
The Cleared Away book.
Oh no, Regina Watts' face is not on that, but that's interesting. I get that a lot, actually. I frequently have people say that the cover of Strife and Valor, the second in the Burning Soul saga, looks like Regina's face. And
People still
mean-
don't know what a deepfake is. So
Plus, I kind of assume that like the thing with the Regina deepfake is that she looks like just a woman, but doesn't look like anyone in particular.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, so at one point in time, we had a host that would, as we were talking about like the author's work,
I know.
they would
Jeremy's
show
not
pictures
doing
of
me any
them,
kind
like
of a solid
share a
here.
screen, and maybe,
yeah, okay.
try to maybe
yeah,
get
show my
people
shit
to
on
buy
Godless,
it.
Jeremy, please.
Pull that up, Jamie.
Well, I had it, Jamie. I
I
had it pulled up. Where were you then? You weren't there.
wasn't paying attention, I guess.
No, you didn't have it pulled up.
I don't
Oh,
think
I
you
did?
ever showed it.
No.
But anyway, so this was
Yeah.
all a lead up to April 30th when Familiarity came out. And there's a normal version of Familiarity on Amazon. And then there's another version of Familiarity, which is on Godless, and it's 10,000 words longer. It has an additional preface that is not available on Amazon. And it's closer to my vision of the book, but I still will have to in the future release a more extended cut. So look for that.
Yeah, that is a Godless exclusive right there. And you said there's also a Familiarity Godless exclusive.
Yeah.
Yes, there are several Godless exclusives, but the Familiarity one is my favorite.
Some people don't believe in protecting against censorship as much as they wanted you to believe at one point in their own careers.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to buy
when it
these
became
things.
fashionable,
You
when it
don't
became
have to buy this
fashionable,
smut.
when they became fashionable for them to gatekeep, of course they gatekeep, but when someone wrote about, say, I don't know, what was it, Ask Goblins of Auschwitz, like that.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
I mean, and they've quietly tried to bury that. And Cameron Pierce doesn't do Lazy Fascist anymore, which I think was another knee-jerk reaction on its own. And it is what it is.
He did quit that because he had a wife and a kid and needed a stable job.
That's one thing, but to quit the Lazy Fascist thing, to retire that brand just because times have changed, I didn't like that.
It's also obviously like a humorous construction, right? I mean, Lazy Fascist isn't like it's not like Stormfront or something, right? I mean, it's not. It's obviously a joke.
This isn't a riff on Cameron Pierce in particular. It's just that title caught my attention in relation to this. Is
what the Ask Goblins one? Did he write that as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Only reason I brought it up. But
I don't think it was likely that he's glorifying Nazis.
Of course, no, he wasn't.
Yeah, I don't think it. Right. I don't know that. Does this book glorifying it? Even if it is, I guess I don't really care. Really, I don't think.
No, it's like
banned,
here's the thing.
Right.
Yeah, it's like I don't think that it's glorifying it at all. And like I told the person who came at me, they summarized their point as being like, I think skinheads would enjoy this book, ergo by publishing something skinheads would enjoy, you are inherently aligning yourself with them. And I was no, that's ridiculous.
Skinheads probably enjoy Voltron too, right?
Well, I know, yeah.
But skinheads are also retarded. They like things that are explicitly anti-Nazi, like American History X.
Well, yeah, and what I was telling him was, it's like, and if a skinhead likes the content of this book, if anyone likes the content of this book, that's a moral failing on their part and should be investigated. And that's, my whole body of work is about that. I'm always writing about serial killers and fascists and dictators and, extremely evil people, whether they're fictional regimes or real regimes or, fictional serial killers or fucking real ones. I'll write about a real one sometime. I don't care. And it's like, I'll fucking write about whatever the goddamn hell I want to write about. And I do feel like literature about evil characters has an inherently greater amount of literary value than literature about good characters, just because a character who is evil inherently is bringing in more information to the reader that is unknown to them from their own moral and life standpoint. So I feel like, don't fucking ever come at me about any of my books, no matter how short or how disgusting or how awful, not having literary merit, because I will fucking tear your ass a new one.
Yeah. And even, I mean, you're a lot, smarter than me with dealing with this. If someone came to me and said, your books have no literary merit, I was like, of course you're not. You're just supposed to masturbate to them. What the hell?
No. Well, here's the thing.
Who cares really what they, who cares?
Let me tell you. Let me tell you a story. Let me tell you a story about the Columbus Public Library. I used to be a librarian here in Ashland, Oregon, and we got a story actually about the Columbus Public Library because one of the reasons why I got the job is because the head librarian of this library used to work at the Columbus Public Library. And from that library, she learned the anecdote that the A.N. Rolliquare books that were written by Anne Rice, the Sleeping Beauty books, the Taming of Sleeping Beauty, blah, 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 those were actually banned from the Columbus Public Library, which is very shocking to a librarian to hear that any book would be banned. But the problem was that the books were challenged by a parent whose teenager kid thought they were getting a Sleeping Beauty book, wink, wink, and then got this book instead and was like, no, Mom, I thought it was Sleeping Beauty. Yeah. Mom, and then it was something totally different. And the mom got really mad and was like, why are these books in the library? And the library had to pull them for the whole district that Columbus is in, because they have in their bylaws the dictates of the library specifically state that you cannot have what qualifies as pornography in the library. And because one time in an interview, Anne Rice referred to the books as smut or pornography, they were banned from the Columbus Public Library. So I will never call my books just smut or just quote unquote erotica, although I do think erotica has inherent literary merit. I don't want to have to fucking argue that. So it's important to understand that my books are horotica. They are, horror, and any erotic component is, it's either to me designed to increase the amount of horror, or it's designed to kind of contrast the horror and to, therefore increase the horror when you get back to it.
It's exactly like Danzig's Verotica. That's exactly what it's like, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm kidding.
That's a bad example.
I know. It was a joke.
That's a bad example. I tried to watch Verotica.
Oh, that was great.
I feel very passionately about the subject, and I just feel like all fiction is just it's fiction, and I don't like this, like I've said before on the show, Catcher in the Rye has inspired way more fucking shootings than the Marquis de Sade has, to my knowledge. So I just feel like it's ridiculous to try to, act like a book that offends you has no literary merit. And I feel like, that's the other thing too. I hate the word problematic. I feel like it's a way to avoid taking responsibility for your own personal offense. And I feel like a better word might be objectionable, but then you have to explain, okay, well, why is the thing that I find objectionable on a social level? Whereas I feel like when someone is saying problematic, they're like chastising you and saying, you should know why this is, naughty and a problem. Hi, Neil.
Hey.
What up? Can you hear me okay?
Hello, Neil. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. How are you?
I'm good. I'm doing great. You're already here. Wow. You're in early.
know.
So, Regina, you should have offered to sell the rights to the individual who was complaining about it.
Yeah, I guess.
And then you could publish a bill of sale on your website saying that,
Yeah, make it
We'll
an
save
NFT
that
or
for next
something.
time.
They would litigate on that, I guarantee.
Yeah, probably. I'll save it for next time. But I was disappointed in the experience because this was someone whose opinion I had previously a lot more respect for. But I think between this and some other things that they've been up to lately, I and other people in the community have really kind of been disappointed by them. And I think it's just, hopefully they'll grow up a little bit and understand that, again, just because something is objectionable to you doesn't mean that it's not valid, I guess, as
It's words on a page, man.
Yeah, I know.
I'm coming at this from a slightly different perspective because as a more conservative, except when you get Zach in here, I feel like I'm more adequate to represent that side in this, and I say that we kind of, jerked our knees first with this kind of stuff, and tried to, distinguish ourselves, to the point where we couldn't enjoy any kind of fiction or storytelling with the pants unbuckled or any kind of loosened collar or anything, but if you can, abdicate, if that's the word, to have these kinds of books removed from the market,
advocate
that go in the other direction. I mean, then how can you do it for the other side and say that only conservatives get it wrong when it comes to subject matter in books being too racy for individuals to handle themselves? But liberals need protection from books, but conservatives don't from what's in books they don't like.
I don't think it's really a conservative versus liberal thing. I think it's
really not. And I'm trying
there's a bunch of immoral busybodies running around clutching their pearls that get upset about words on a page.
But I mean,
you have to actually decipher it in order to be able to get the upset about it, right? I mean,
liberal or conservative, they both have a cop in their head and think that they can go around and
exactly.
be Mr.
That's
the Principal Skinner for everybody.
That's the point. I'm not saying, hey, I can do without, the gritty storytelling, but you don't get to have it either. No, it's that we both get to have it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's not really a political statement, I don't think.
What I'm saying is kill the cop in your head, and you'll stop being a bitch about this shit.
Everybody tend their own houses. Yeah, everything would be a lot better now. And we wouldn't have had, extremists on both sides raise up. Yeah, absolutely. That got started due to social media and probably CIA, busybody.
The CIA. No, the CIA.
Come on, the CIA goes in and does this shit with countries. You think they can't do it in?
Yeah, I mean, Jeremy's got a point. It does sound funny, but it actually is true. So.
Yeah, no, I do agree that it's true, but it was just such a left turn, like straight into it. It was like social media and CIA.
Well, I mean, they seem to be so made for each other. Is what
It's a. Yeah, I mean that. Yeah, that's a.
Neil, is that a deep fake too? Are you?
Yes, it is.
He's in the deepfake club now.
I stole Regina's idea. This is a deep fake.
Man, it does look like your voice too. Unfortunately, I'm sorry.
Doesn't it?
You know what?
Isn't it weird?
Yeah.
I went through this person does not exist until I got something with a kind of a similar facial structure, and then I kind of went in to a couple apps and gave him like the beard and the glasses because I have those things in real life. So I tried to make him
Facetune.
I tried to make him look a little bit,
MIT, very MIT.
I tried to make him look like a more attractive version of myself.
Well,
he doesn't quite have the dead-eyed 1,000-yard stare that but
the guy
that level of. Yeah, what? Sorry.
I was going to say, I swear to God that one of my old jobs, one of the guys I worked with looked exactly like that.
He looks like, the Neil deepfake looks like he manages a Geek Squad. And
yes.
I did manage a Geek Squad at one point in my life, so.
Well, that's perfect. Well, Welcome to the party, Neil. I saw that Chronomancer is already up to like 31 reviews, my guy.
Yeah, it's great.
Looks
I mean, I'm
beautiful.
a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little bit miffed at the reception to it. I mean,
Really?
it's good. No, it's good, but right now it's been out for 3 weeks, and it's on track to be somewhere between Corruption Lord and Apocalypse and Chill 1 in terms of first month sales, which is good, but I had kind of, expected, with that fucking cover, man, I kind of expected it to do better. I was kind of hoping for like the level up, moment, but that's okay. Gideon's over the moon for it. We're definitely, full speed ahead on the second one. And the good news is, Corruption Lord's audio has blown me the fuck away.
Oh, good. Yeah, I'm listening to it, and it's good. Really good.
I won't mention hard numbers, but yeah, it was. I think it was briefly in the top 1,000 on Audible, and it just the first 2 week sales have just blown me the fuck away. I'm over the moon. I'm so happy with Sierra Klein's work on it. And there's
that's the Chronomancer audiobook you're talking about?
No, this is Corruption Lord's audiobook.
Okay. I'm sorry.
There were not plans to do an audiobook of Chronomancer, but there definitely are now. So yeah, Apocalypse and Chill's audiobook is right around the corner, and I actually just have to finish approving that and listening to it, and then once I see how those do, I'll open the floodgates for audio, because I'm real happy so far. I think I sort of have an advantage because of how porny my books are. It makes it definitely something that you want to hear like a sexy lady read.
Yeah.
More so than you want to know that like a guy with my voice, reading. And Sierra just did such a fantastic job with it that I'm going to throw ever increasing amounts of money at her to keep her doing that.
Yeah, can we share her? Because I've got her working on something for me in June. So,
please. You do?
Yeah. So please share her with me.
We've been chatting about that a little bit, and I'm so excited. Is this B&D or is this something else?
Yeah, it's B&D, baby. I'm really
shit! I'm so excited.
Yeah, me too, man. I can't fucking wait. I'm really excited to see how it does in audiobook because there has been quite a lot of interest in audiobook, and I feel like for every 5 readers who request something, there's probably 25 plus waiting for it. So hopefully it'll have a good release, and we'll see how it goes. Yeah.
I'm definitely happy to finally have an answer because that's been my number one, my number one question recently. Oh, hey, yeah, there's the Corruption Lord bundle. That's not doing great, but I didn't really expect it to do amazing. If you just got finished listening to Corruption Lord, hey, Frank, read by Sierra Klein, I put the first 5 books together in a box set and threw it up on Amazon. So I think it's $6, I think, considering each one of the books is $3 by itself. That's not bad.
That's a steal.
Not really setting the world on fire, but Amazon's been completely broken this weekend anyway. So,
oh yeah,
how so?
I've been hearing about people's books disappearing from their pages. Duncan Ralston said he had that happen.
Yeah, about disappearing. About 2/3 of my books disappeared for a little while.
Wow,
which sucked. Yeah, for like a day and a half, I want to say. It's happened before. This isn't the first time it's happened. Apparently what I've heard is that the root cause is they did some sort of update to Author Central, and it broke the way that like it indexes a bunch of books or some shit like that. So
I see.
But
I wonder if I still have books out there. Let me take a look.
So the lesson is get on Godless because fuck Amazon.
Yeah, I'd like to get on
put
Godless.
everything on Godless. Yeah, absolutely.
And if you're not yet, what are some other places? Smashwords obviously isn't a place anymore for friendly author, huh?
Well, I mean, it's still a lot looser than Amazon, but it's
Is it not?
It exists.
Until I met up with you folks, I didn't know anybody who'd ever been banned from Smashwords. Now I know 2 people who have been banned from Smashwords.
Oh, who's the
which I
other
think-
person? Was it? Oh, it's just Simon.
Simon,
Yeah,
of course.
yeah, of
Yeah,
course.
you and Simon are the only 2 people I know who have written things for Smashwords, and they've said, actually, that's too much for us.
I mean, how do they
they've
even
never-
know, though, right? I mean, how do they even know that it's too much? That
My Smashwords, you know.
They probably had people complain.
Neighborhood watch.
Yeah, I suspect. I do. I suspect that the person who complained to me while it was on Godless, because they said that they were really upset initially when it was on Smashwords, and that they breathed a sigh of relief when I took it down.
Oh,
And
my
I was
God.
like, oh,
I'm so sad I missed the
okay.
discussion about this. I saw it was up when I came in. I read it. It was extremely fucked up.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, you're so welcome. I
mean,
felt
so does a
I
person
needed
like
to
that
take
that says stuff like that can they not leave their home? I mean, I don't understand.
Well, I mean, they couldn't for a while, but you know, they can probably like.
I mean,
you know,
in the best of times is what I mean, right?
Yep. No, I was really, taken aback because, like I said, I had more respect for this person's opinion. But, it's like,
Was it M. Vargas?
No, I'm not going to say who it was, but it was not that person.
Yeah, that's not named
Jeremy
names.
Maddox.
Although I was thinking about Neil, I was thinking about dedicating my new harem series to M. Vargas and saying to M. Vargas, please don't read this. Just leaving it at that and seeing if that will let me skate by without that fucking person leaving a
I
review.
feel like that will get you a 1-star review.
Probably, but it would be funny at least.
I think there's some author where he made a thing. One of his reviews. I want to say it's Dante, where he made a review of one of Dante's books and started it with like, "I'm sure this author like hates it when he sees me writing a review for his book." And I'm like, then why do you keep writing reviews?
This guy reminds me
Dante
of Rex
as in-
Parker on fucking the Rex Parker crossword puzzle blog guy who just absolutely hates Will Shortz, the editor of the New York Times crossword puzzle. He hates every crossword puzzle. It's like so bad that the New York Times crossword puzzle subreddit people notice it and talk about it when Rex comes up. It's like that, but with, fucking harem lit. It's like, why do you read this genre if you fucking hate every book that's in it?
Reminds me of I can't remember his name, but he was kind of a famous Goodreads troll. And at one point, Christoph Paul actually wrote a parody erotica about him. And
that was my IRL Goodreads account.
I think the funniest part was he reblogged it and retweeted it and said something like a trash can with arms and legs. Christoph Paul wrote a book about me.
That's
I thought it was the best insult ever. Trash can with arms and legs.
That's fucking awesome. That's sick. I love that. That's high praise. Yeah, man. It's just like, I don't know. For me, too, the other thing is that it's like, there's a difference between critique and review, right? And I will say that I respect this person's decision to come to me eventually, and I do appreciate it, but I feel like them going behind my back to the site administrator and trying to get it taken down, like I think they got Smashwords to tell me to take it down. I think that really lowered them in my esteem. Yeah.
Just like the people who try to talk guests from coming on here.
Yeah. Yeah, it is kind of like that.
Mind your own business. You don't get to decide who gets to be a part of the discussion.
Yeah,
and I
why
think
would
this
you try to talk somebody to coming on a show that like 8 people listen to? I mean, what's the point of that?
We should set up a studio in their heads since we're already living in there rent free.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. And then I don't know, I think there's like some people like to quote unquote tell it like it is, like my aunt, I love you, Aunt Maureen, if you're ever listening to this, but she does like to have quote unquote come to Jesus talks with people. And it's kind of like that, where it's like people just sometimes like to sit other people down and shock them. And then they like to run away from conflict, like this person who just delivered their big, long, letter length opinion to me. And then when I responded to them very reasonably, they were like, I told you I didn't want to get into a debate about it. You can take it or leave it. I blah, 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 and then they left it there all day. I was
probably
like,
should've-
okay, so you can fucking dish it out, but you
Yeah,
can't
I don't
take
want you to
it. That's
talk back
cool.
to me. Is what
Yeah.
you're saying, right?
It's like a TLDR send.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
So it's
Frank, what is Frank talking about Mark Dice
Oh.
for? I don't know
Oh
where that
no,
comes from.
he was
Somebody Mike or Mark or Mike.
Mark Dice
It was
is
not Marcus, Frank.
He's like
It
a
was
poli-
not.
he's
No,
like a
but,
conservative political guy that thinks he's
yeah.
funny and he's not, right?
The
Mark
guy
Dice
that was
is
going after the
but
guy
he-
that called
but-
Christoph a trash can with legs.
No, that was a different. It was just a guy who was a Goodreads troll. Mark Dice, he's just a Trump tard who.
Yeah.
Christoph Paul did write a erotica parody of him as well, and he, complained and got it taken down everywhere.
Oh, really?
Because he believes in free speech, I guess.
Yeah.
Huh.
Oh, we should
That's
get
pretty-
that on Godless then.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe if Christoph could do that, but I don't know if Christoph wants to do that. I think he's kind of down.
Oh
with
no!
that
Oh
whole
no!
thing.
I'm much too
Oh, it was a
unmentionable.
joke.
I'm much too unmentionable for Christoph and Lisa now. Even though he was on this show just a few months ago, as I recall, saying that life was too short due to COVID. But no, I'm much too unmentionable and unsightly for his ever burgeoning, ever growing, ever rising reputation.
What are you talking about?
Do what?
Apparently he
Was
got-
I here for this?
Apparently, he got pissy with Jeremy when Autumn Christian came on.
They tried to talk
Oh.
Autumn out from coming on, and then that happened.
Why?
Don't
Which
make a
is
big deal out of
dumb.
it because it'll just make Autumn. It'll create more headaches for Autumn. I'm drunk.
Imagine trying to talk Autumn out of anything.
I know.
Yeah, probably just pushed her onto the
No
show,
shit.
really.
Yeah.
I don't want to create more headaches for her because we scored so far over her head getting on her on this show, not because of you all, but because of me in the first place. After everything that's been said over the years, and her building a brand for herself, but I don't understand it. The dissension now because we were all on good terms, I thought. So I don't know where it's coming from now, other than maybe they wanted to get me back and block me the way I did them at one point, which fair enough if that's the case.
But yeah, it was kind of
Hey,
weird. I thought you
Gregor.
buried the
Man,
hatchet
this
with
comes
Christoph.
with the territory, man. I'm sorry, but
I mean, I
That's
do
just
love Spike.
Tiresome, right? I mean, they don't like me. I don't like them, but I forgive them, and they don't like me anymore, and I don't care. I mean,
Yeah.
what is this? I mean, it's just so annoying.
well, for one,
Jeremy,
my,
stop. Give it up.
well, for
Give
one
it up.
thing, I'm not in. My inhibitions are not as controlled as they usually are, but there's the wisdom from some other viewer. So yeah, there we go. But okay, I'll let it
Yep.
go. I'll let
I
it go.
dig it.
I'll let it go. Go ahead. In fact, I may be going in and out of the conversation anyway, other
That's
than to
fine.
let guests in. And I figure you guys are doing a better job than me anyway, because I'm showing my hat and how pathetic I am without my drugs.
Showing your hat.
I'm also on
I'm
here without
showing-
my drugs tonight.
Really?
I'm sober.
It
Yeah.
sucks, doesn't it? It sucks.
I was
doesn't
just thinking about whether or not I can take my laptop down to smoke some pot.
And
Anybody has pot?
Please allow me to
Please.
live vicariously.
Anybody who has pot and wants to deliver to my address, message me. I will give you the address, but I don't think you will come. So
I'm sorry to say, Jeremy, that Tennessee is very far away from me.
Yeah,
yeah.
we don't have like
so much shit posting in the chat.
edible.
Oh,
Literally.
Too bad we don't have like edible
Oh, bring it up.
teleportation, right? Too bad we don't have edible teleportation, right?
That would be cool if we did. I
Yeah.
fucking was just thinking the other day about, God, I wish we had teleportation. Why don't we
Don't
have
worry, I'm
that
sure Elon Musk will come up with it or some shit.
shit? Yeah.
Hey Ed, when you come, make sure that you come on your unclean computer monitor so that you actually have to do some cleaning on it for once this week.
He must be reading some Simon McCarty.
Yeah, that would do it. He's moaning.
So Neil, I apologize. I meant to read
Nope.
some of your short fiction this week. I will get to it this coming up week.
I am glad that you didn't.
I will. Since it came through this different platform that I generally, I didn't download it and side load it to my machine yet. So I will be doing that.
Yeah. That's what I do with pretty much everything.
Yeah, so I mean, once you got on this program, I was like, oh, I need to get that, and so I started working on that while on this program. So I will get it on my Kindle this evening, and then I will give it a whirl. So.
Oh yeah, no worries, no worries. You're really jumping in the deep end with that, though.
Well, that's all right. I'm not, I'm not a prude.
He's
Well,
fine.
that's good.
I mean, I did read The Trillionaire Tater Tots Caused Me Gay, and one of them is Juggalo this week.
Hey, by the way, we ought to have a moment of non-silence for Douglas Hackle, who came out today and said that his one of his last works of fiction will be Zoltergeist the Poltergeist. One of the funniest absurdists, like the kind of guy who writes absurdist fiction like him has to be like doing something in his everyday life that is productive for him to be able to have his absurdity be that spot on. And so now he's releasing this book about a guy who takes 97 different seasons of his favorite stupid sitcom into this haunted mansion to win a bet or something. Is that right? And it may be his last work of fiction.
And he announced this today, because I thought he announced it last week, and we had an entire conversation about it on this program.
We did have a conversation about it, but I didn't see it in print myself until he said it on Goodreads today.
Oh, on Goodreads. Okay.
Yes, I know. I get the smokestack version of social media, delivered to me, but whatever.
Okay, I have to take a look at his statement related to it. So,
all right, boy, this Edo guy is delivering a lot of gems in the chat. I just want them to be, I just want them to be delivered pearls of wisdom in the chat.
I think we should invite them on.
If you want to come on, Edo, and present your case, or just fart into the microphone, I'm okay with it.
Please, I could live without this.
Okay.
Jeremy, excuse me, I'm sorry. I mean, Neil, why don't you tell them how shocked and horrified you were by familiarity, which you thought at times was going to be. I believe you said you thought that part that you read was going to be the Godless exclusive, and then you were like, "Oh no, wait, this is in the Amazon version too."
I have both the Amazon version and the Godless version. Which, incidentally, thank you for the Godless version. I would have bought that if I had known that it was going to be different. Familiarity was wonderful, and I have immediately turned around and begun rereading Lolita because of it. It's delightful, and you have much bigger balls than I do, as I mentioned in chat, because I would not have put that scene in the Amazon version of the book, but you did, and you rocked it.
I feel like, like I said to you, the context of the scene that you're talking about is not meant to be erotic. It's meant to be horror. So I think because of that, to me, that's the line. Because I'll tell you what, on my original pen name for the book Delilah, My Woman, which also dealt really heavily with incest and the ramifications thereof, there was a lot of shit in there that I've had writers over the years since 2015 reach out to me and say, how did you get away with this? And I say, because it's horror, I guess. I don't know. I was never aware of. Yeah, it's literary. I was never aware of the problems, quote unquote, with any theme until I started writing erotica. Because I always saw the people in the erotica authors subreddit, talking about this and how you can't write about incest and you can't write about this and that and the other thing. And I was always like, what are you fucking talking about? I see books with this content all the time. But then I realized that they meant, specifically erotica.
Specifically. The irony is that erotica is actually one of the most, guardrailed police subgenres within Amazon.
So Ben, are you Ed Do? Ben, are you Ed Do? Okay, it seems like you might be.
It's me. I'm sorry. I had to.
Neil is poopy butt. Did you write that by yourself?
I am actually. That is the first correct thing they've written this entire chat.
Goddamn! Stop shit posting in the chat.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop. I think we should just stop acknowledging it. I honestly think probably could have, with some very small changes, I think you could have gotten away.
Out of here, you fucking
gotten away with the godless scene in the Amazon version.
Probably just Jason
because of sexism. I've gotten up on this high horse before, but and I don't want to be spoilery. I'm gonna try not to spoil your book here, but the reason, as Regina mentions in the forward, that the scene was pulled and put only in the godless version is because of the non-consensual nature of the scene. But the person who is not consenting in this sort of arrangement is a man, and I feel like there's sort of this weird inherent sexism with the way that Amazon does erotica, and I shouldn't complain about it because I benefit from it, but it's sort of like when a male teacher has an affair with a student, like a female student, and they are obviously branded as a rapist and a pedophile and etc. But when a female teacher has an affair with a male student, it's treated much lightly. It's often treated as sort of the butt of a joke. There is, it's you're walking on much thinner ground with Amazon, with erotica, writing about sort of stepdad fiction versus someone like me who has written approximately, I don't know, a zillion titles about a guy having sex with his bimbo stepmom and has never received a single complaint or nastygram about it. I honestly think if the female character in that scene was the person who was sort of not consenting in that particular arrangement that I won't spoil, it absolutely would have been like a live wire, like, don't post that scenario. But I think you could have gotten away with it. I wouldn't want to try. Like, I wouldn't be like, yeah, you better do it. You better risk your career for me to prove it, right?
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. I do. I was very on the fence about it, and that's an interesting opinion, and maybe, in the future when I'm more confident about it, I'll consider it. I just like you said, it's like, it's one of those things where it just didn't really, it was so on the border, and there was enough other content in that book where I was like, maybe I should just play it safe.
There's far less of that content, even in the Godless version, than I expected.
There's
a lot of hinting in that book, and I liked it. I liked the hinting. Yeah, but it also, like, and I'm gonna do this in like my actual review when I eventually sit down and do one. But it's very odd reading a book when you know that there is a version of the book that is twice as long, that is not hinting at anything, and that everything is explicit. I made a comparison when I was talking to you that I'm not going to repeat because it spoils a Gene Wolfe novel, but it's kind of like that. It's, I don't know, it's weird seeing all of these things hinted at and know that somewhere on the author's hard drive there is a version in which all of these things are made explicit. So it makes it a uniquely frustrating experience to read.
That's interesting. Very interesting opinion. I really appreciate you reading it, and I appreciate you taking a few minutes to talk about it, because I really wanted to hear your opinion just separate from our message. I feel like, it's like kind of a Snyder Cut situation a little bit, where it's like, that, just due to time constraints and size constraints and me not trusting the reader's, patience and attention span, and me not trusting Amazon, there's a lot that got cut out of the book. There was Michael Girov's Swans was one time talking about a 20-minute song that he wrote, and he was in the interview, he was like, if I had been feeling braver, I would have made it 40 minutes. And that's how I feel about Familiarities. If I had been feeling braver and I had more time, I would have made it 240,000 words.
Is that what's in Hammond's Temple, a mother box?
No, I won't spoil what's in Hammond's Temple. There's a lot of stuff. There's a whole, there are so many subplots. There's a part where there's a character in this book who's just like absolutely the whipping boy for like the whole fucking, like, his life just gets worse and worse and worse throughout the book. And there were some parts, there was one part where he is stuck in the mortuary and has to watch the mortician deal with a dead body in the way that you would anticipate that particular mortician would deal with the dead body. And he's trapped hiding and he has to watch it. And I took that part out again of the part that went out, and it ties back into some shit that's, and there were like truly 5 subplots that were cut, and some of that deals with the contents of Hammond's Temple. I know.
This
It's
is
like
exactly what I'm talking about when I say it's frustrating to read, because it's
It
like all
is.
these things exist. They exist, and I could
is.
be reading them, but I'm not.
It's
I have
hinted
heard
at.
that.
But it's
I have heard that corpses can even bite you if you handle them the wrong way. You know, with the mouth situation and everything, like not intentionally.
you've heard.
Oh, you haven't heard that though.
Well, you mean
No.
Is this
I
general
suppose
campfire talk?
Muscle,
I-
it's reflexes and
I
like
mean-
gas resituating in their
I
bodies.
suppose it's possible if you like have your hand in the mouth the moment rigor mortis sets in.
Mm.
The most that I've heard happen is my roommates when they were working for, I want to say, the Texas mortuary that they were working at. They had to, or someone they knew had to remove the dead body of a great big fat person, as Buffalo Bill once said to Clarice Starling. And so they were removing this body, and they like barely touched it, I guess, and it just released a horrible, it was like covered in oil, but then it released this horrible big fart, and it was just absolutely disgusting. And it's like, so that's really, the most that's going to happen to you with a dead body. And also they can give you, I think, like hepatitis C if you are in contact with them. Yeah,
Well, you can get any kind of diseases from corpses.
there's a specific type of hepatitis though that you can get, like, mostly from corpses.
If you have a cut already, or what? I mean, what are we talking
Well,
about?
if it's like if you're fucking a corpse in part, but yeah, if you have a corpse and if you're handling, if you're dealing with corpse preparation and you're inadequately prepared, or if you don't clean your hands and and then like eat something or whatever, you can get hepatitis, baby.
And this is in excised portions of familiarity.
Yeah, we don't go into the hepatitis part, but the necrophilia part definitely got cut out of both the Godless version and the Amazon version. Actually, it's hinted at very largely, and then there's also a part where the villain fucks somebody who just committed seppuku on themselves, and that got really cut back. That got really cut back, but it still happens.
I would be
so
disappointed in that not making the final cut.
It's still there.
Kind of in there.
It's there.
It's implied very lightly, like feathered.
It's between the lines.
Second-hand anecdote, right?
It's the way I picture it is this version is like Psycho.
Yes, Frank.
Where
that's very good of you.
That's a very bad idea, Frank. The rubbers will rub together and chafe.
That's right. And then they'll break, and then you're in trouble. No, I feel like this version is very much like Psycho in that it is, you don't see the knife contact the woman in the shower, and you don't see the redness of the blood, but you remember the stabbing, and you remember the redness of the blood. And I think that's kind of where I'm going with, like, the part where, the villain is doing what he's doing, or where we're kind of like hinting at like the necrophilia and some of the other things that happen in the background of this novel. I feel like is very much influenced by Hitchcock.
I find it interesting that you refer to him as the villain.
He's the villain protagonist.
I get that impression from I don't get that impression from the text, and I don't get also from the way that you sort of lavish.
That's why
descriptive bandwidth upon him.
This is why I cut the book back so much, and why I talk about it as being a very immoral book. So it's like, okay, the person who came at me about Cleared Away doesn't understand the amount of strife that went in me, because the thing is that one of the primary themes about the book is grooming, predatory grooming. And because of that, Hammond Hartfelt is really grooming the reader in a way. And so, and he's, the people who are around him, he's constantly seducing everyone. So when people are around him, they become enchanted by like this glamour that he possesses. And so, he's like a tempter like Satan. So I think because of that, I really
enjoyed the sort of fourth wall breaking. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I really enjoyed the sort of fourth wall breaking bits that sort of hint at his because there's like I want to say 2 moments in the book that do that. that sort of break the fourth wall and imply that he has these sort of magic powers, not just within the world of familiarity, but on the reader themselves who is reading the book. And I thought that was those were both extremely cool moments. Sorry, keep going.
Thank you. Well, yeah, and it's like that also kind of built to a point in this like the third to last chapter of the book. There are, or maybe it's the second to last chapter of the book, I think. There are two characters who are basically at one point having like a tantric sexual experience that culminates in like a moment of telepathy, but that moment also originally culminated in the character kind of experiencing his own reality as a character in a work of literary fiction. And so throughout the book, these slowly developing fourth wall breaks were meant to kind of build up to that. But because we just had to cut out so much of the metaphysical talk, and because we had to cut out so much other shit, I was just like, you know what? Readers don't deserve this yet. So I'm going to cut this little part, and we're just going to, worry about it in the future. But now you make me regret that I cut it, because I feel like you would have appreciated it at least. Hello, Mike.
Who do you mean when you say we had to cut it out?
Well, me is me, Regina Watts, and me also, my editor, MF Sullivan, who is also me.
Oh,
hello, my favorite Facebook person on the internet, fighting Mark Zuckerberg every day of the fucking week just for the right to post awesome memes and brighten up my fucking day.
And
what's up?
A Westerner too.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
The most metal looking cover of a splatter western too. It was book 2, right?
Yeah, I agree. I think it is the most metal looking.
It is the most metal looking. Hunger on the Chisholm Trail.
That's it. Chisholm Trail. Yep.
Chisholm. Okay.
Chisholm. Yeah, you got to say it like it's Texas.
So this is the first head of Cerberus. I suppose the other two need their own introductions, as they'll be along shortly, hopefully, right?
There's 5, though.
Patrick said he was in the backstage.
Well, he was at one point, and then...
Oh, and then he bailed.
Yeah.
I'm sending them a message right now.
It's cool, whatever happens, I mean, Cerberus can probably still survive with 2 heads. What happened to the third?
Chris should be there too, I think.
I don't see anybody else. Maybe they thought, I don't know, maybe I wasn't specific on time. I'm not in the best way right now. My guests, my co-hosts are probably going to carry me through it, to be honest. Dark family shit. But there's one. Okay, there's 2 heads of Cerberus. Can we get one more? I know we got the room for the 3rd head.
Yep.
We're here for you, Jer. By the way,
Thank you.
I didn't get a chance to say that, but I'm happy to just sort of be here tonight to try and support you.
I appreciate it. I probably don't deserve this many people looking out for me, but
you do, brother. You do.
Yes, you do.
Not according to a lot of people still who once did have my back, but it's cool. And hey, we got 2 out of 3 Cerberus heads present. I think that's good enough. Chris Miller, how are you doing, buddy? Chris?
Doing good. How are you guys?
Groovy, brother.
Can you
Thanks
hear
for
me?
coming on the show, man. We're so excited to have you aboard.
So we were talking about the Schneider cut a few weeks ago, and you swore by it, and then even further doubled down by swearing on the black and white Schneider cut. So, I mean, did it really mean that much? We won't talk about it in depth, but I mean, like, do you really think they got it that right with that extra few hours? Because I still felt like there was something missing. There he is, the 3rd head, by the way.
I missed most of that. There he is.
Don't worry about it. It's just Justice League.
Snyder cut. He wants you to blow.
What's up?
You guys handle
what's going on.
50 people.
You guys do the thing. Yeah.
What's up? I am very excited to have all 3 heads of Cerberus on tonight. How's everybody doing? Mr. Harrison, how are you?
I'm great. Now, why can we not see y'all? We're all here.
We are.
They hide.
Because I'm not pulling my hair for this.
Here, do you want
the elder gods of H.P. Lovecraft to look upon us would be to shred your sanity.
Here, I'll be personable. There's me. Hi, boys. How are you tonight?
Hey, Regina.
I don't look
Nice to meet
anything
you.
like Regina. Nice to meet you, fellas. I'm really excited to have you guys on tonight for reasons that I think PC3 is obviously aware of. But mostly I'm really excited to listen to you guys talk about splatter westerns. I'm excited to hear what's going on with Death's Head Press. I'm really excited also, PC3, you are now on Godless as well, right?
I am, yeah. Just recently
That's
joined
really
the Godless team.
Very exciting. Did you enjoy your featured week there the other week? Did you feel like it was a good experience? Drew Stepic works really hard, huh?
Yeah, he did a good job. You know, I was traveling most of that week, so I didn't get to really see a lot of it. But from what I saw, yeah, he has a good site. Really seems to do a lot for authors. So yeah, I like it.
Yeah, that's good. I'm glad. I feel like, I've been really impressed. I wasn't really personally sure what to expect, but I think he's really knocked it out. And let's see. So then we've got Mr. Miller here, author of Dust, which is the Eldritch horror splatter western, and pretty high up on my reading list. Anybody here read Dust yet, or any of Chris Miller's books? I think we've had him on the show before, right?
I have read, and I always get this wrong, Chris. Is it The Long Goodbye or The Hard
I couldn't
Goodbye?
hear anything. I did hear. I heard Dust at one point, but I lost. I could not hear any of the others.
I don't know what we're missing with his connection, or maybe it's something with mine. I do know
it's usually him.
I have read either The Long Goodbye or The Hard Goodbye, and I always get the two mixed up.
Hard Goodbye.
The Hard Goodbye.
The Hard Goodbye. I read it, and it was a seriously hardcore exercise in hard-boiled, like drugstore cowboy type action crime excitement, and I really think you delivered every character to their best fate. Is that good? Did he get that? Did they get it wrong?
Didn't.
Okay.
I heard some of it, and thank you. I'm trying to keep up as best I can. It sort of sounds like
nice.
An Atari on Pong.
This is a Winsboro, Texas problem. He has it quite.
They have one windmill that generates the.
I'm not convinced that's it, but I don't know what to change. Hold on.
It's okay. Yeah. How do we help him? If it is him and not me, am I doing something wrong?
I'm here.
You sound good to me.
Okay. I mean, I've got it on echo cancellation. So everything's coming in for Patrick and Mike.
Yeah, I'm getting everything.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everything's fine.
Okay. So 2 of 3 heads are working, and that's status quo. So we'll proceed. But yeah, I have read. It is the Hard Goodbye. It is the Hard Goodbye.
Yep.
Yeah.
Fucking badass shit, and it reminded me a lot of that old movie, Brandon Dillon movie, Drugstore Cowboy, where people, get into shit that they really probably shouldn't be up to, but they happen to be good at, and so it creates frustrations for their lives, but tells a really awesome story, and I've still been working my way through the horror series that is 2 books so far with the. And my mind's gone tonight, because I've been doing some things I shouldn't, but
Jesus, Jeremy.
What, that made him go? No, anyway.
Just had enough of you, Jeremy.
I knew, yeah, well, okay, we still got 2 out of 3. So, what was I talking about again?
You read.
I'm sorry, my dad's back in the hospital, so I'm trying to. There he is.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah. We're here for you, Jeremy, and we are glad that you're here tonight.
Well, normally
Welcome
I'm able to
back,
pull it together.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Got you, Chris.
What
I'm
cigar
trying to get closer to my router.
Patrick, what cigar are you smoking? South Candini wants to know.
Yeah, I see that. I got a Drew Estate Undercrown. That's what I'm smoking right now.
Is that like some major G League stuff or what?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the cheaper Drew Estate ones. I ordered like 25 of them.
It ain't some like Cuban bootlegs or something?
No, I usually bring home Cubans when I fly through Paris. They were like out of Cubans this past week. I don't have any Cubans this time.
Probably smuggle them through the phone lines now, right? Am I right? No, I'm joking. No, so how is everybody? I'm trying. I admit that I came to Chris Miller in this as an invitation to come back on, and he started making me aware of this Cerberus thing. So, are you guys proceeding?
Is this any better?
Well, I hear you fine.
Yeah, we hear you. We see you. It's great.
So well, I mean,
I'm hearing you guys just a little better. I had to come downstairs, so now
this
I can't
Cerberus
scream.
thing. This Cerberus thing. What is this? Is this a publishing brand thing that you're proceeding with? Are you going to do like a 3-person, anthology or what?
It's 3 brothers that love to write.
On the same book or 3 separate visions in one volume?
The 3 separate visions. We always maintain our identities, but we're so much better together.
Mm-hmm. Okay. How long have you guys known each other? Because I know Patrick runs Death's Head Press, and that he's been all about the splatterpunk thing, right? Right, Patrick?
Well, I like all horror in general. We just kind of have made our names for ourselves with Death's Head Press and the splatterpunk community, just basically through the Splatterpunk Awards. But no, I mean, I'm into all horror in all its different realms. But
I can hear.
Okay,
okay,
that's good, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I had to
Chris,
switch frequencies.
Jeremy, Chris always does a wonderful job telling how we all came together. So, Chris, go for it.
What are you talking about? The circle jerk or the Cerberus?
I want to hear about the circle jerk.
All right. Well, I'm going to talk about Cerberus. Mike will tell you about the circle jerk.
That comes later.
Yeah. So we all met at the Roundabout in Rockwall just to have a beer and hang out. And Mike and I had been talking about, trying to work together, do something together. And we both wanted to include Patrick in that. And Mike came up with the idea of each of us come up with a theme, each of us write a poem for that theme, and then each of us have to write a story to match that theme.
So why are we having dinner?
And so Patrick's sitting there, and he's got his scowl and his cigar and his whiskey sitting there. He's very unapproachable as always. And so anyway, we had to get a few in us, but we finally picked our nards up and said, hey, we want you to join us on this little thing. And he was all into it. And next thing you know, we take a picture, or we had the waitress take a picture of us that night. And our good friend Brad Tierney wrote under there, he said Cerberus. And that was the moment. That's when it happened.
Beautiful. That's like one of those stories that's going to be on a documentary in 20 years, man. It's great. I love it.
Yeah, and all you got to do is change a couple of characters. It could be on Hallmark.
Yeah.
But that doesn't often happen, that you guys come together as one cohesive thing, and like it seems like this could be a brand name or something like Cerberus, 3 heads, 1 dog,
That's the game
what we're
plan.
going
World
for.
domination.
Yeah.
I mean, that really seems like it could be a repeat. It could be a repeat thing, And you say it's through a new press though. That's what gets me here. So what's the deal with that? I mean, it's not Death's Head Press. It's not the
Patrick didn't feel we were up to Death's Head Press standards, so he decided to put us on Patrick C. Harrison III's standards and self-publish.
We're just self-publishing the Cerberus.
Cool.
I'm just being a prick. I'm kidding.
That's okay. We all do that here.
We're all pricks here. Just
that's the primary pastime of Quiet Place.
Industry standards. Go ahead.
Well, I didn't want Cerberus being associated with Death's Head Press just because I didn't want our authors thinking I was taking priority with my own writing over their work with Death's Head Press. So it only seemed appropriate for us to go a different route with publishing the Cerberus book. Yeah,
that's probably a lot more professional answer.
Well, I mean, look where you are, man. Look where you are, And I'm less professional than I usually am. So I appreciate that you're here at all. But Chris, I just know that you have a pedigree for finding good endings for strong characters based on The Hard Goodbye and the first volume,
The Damned Place?
The Damned Place. Yes.
Yes.
You just have a good ability for finding strong, fates for good characters.
Thank you.
So, I mean, who has the most teeth in this presentation here? I mean, is it Patrick being the publishing, strong arm? Is it Chris, who, as far as I know, has published more or has written more, or Mike? Mike, you're kind of the enigma here, and I apologize for that because you may have more than both of them, published, but I don't know. What can you tell me?
He actually does more than me now.
Is that right?
Well, if you're talking about solo works.
Yeah,
I know I'm going to look back at this tomorrow morning and be embarrassed, and I'm sorry, guys.
No.
But
I'm kind of the odd man out of this group. I'm more of a poet than anything else. These guys are known for their fiction, and I mostly just do scribbles.
Yeah, I wanted to talk to you about your poetry, actually, Mike, because I love your poetry, and I think you've got really good taste in poetry that you share on, Facebook when Kuckerberg will let you out of jail. I just wanted to really kind of talk to you about your poetry because we have talked about poetry on Quiet Place in the past, and Jeremy is not really good with poetry, and it's just not. It hasn't been popular with the boys here. So whenever we get a poet on the show, I really like to talk to them because I think I feel like good poets write really strong prose, and I feel like it's a great discipline. And so you write a poem like every day, right, Mike?
Oh God, 3 to 7.
Yeah, I figured. You're always posting stuff, and it's always great, man. Do you write it by hand, longhand, or do you type everything out first?
Oh, everything's on the phone. I've got a typewriter that I play with, but that's mostly if people buy like one of my collections. I'll type up a new one and put it in the book for them.
That's cool. That's very cool. That's really fun. And then do you read poetry every day? Do you just read every day, period? What's like your reading intake like? And what are you reading now?
I read Sylvia just about every day.
Cool.
I was going to say, that's your shirt, right? Sylvia Plath on your shirt?
Yes, it
Hell
is.
yeah.
That's a good
show. Yeah, I love her to death. Right now I'm reading Too Long a Solitude by Hackle. He's I don't even know, a Yugoslavian maybe writer. My God, it's one of the funniest things I've ever read.
Interesting. Okay. Well, I'll add this to my Goodreads right now. The Goodreads list just grows every time I'm on the show. And what is it again?
Too Long a Solitude? Maybe Too Loud a Solitude. I don't have my Kindle in front of me. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
He's always going Eastern European. I'm not sure what to make of that.
Always.
He's a commie bastard. Get him.
Kind of. You know what? If you suffer, there's nobody that can write pain, and there's nobody that can make you laugh like somebody whose life has no joy.
He's so right.
Yeah.
And there's nobody who has less joy than Eastern European.
I don't know that communism is worth all that, but make the best of the situation you're in for sure.
Right?
Oh, what? You don't think art is worth growing up in empty grocery stores and
no,
people being sent to gulags?
Art can be drawn from anything. It doesn't have to come from. It doesn't have to come from the very, very bottom of the barrel.
Starvation and tuberculosis create great art. You can't deny it.
It really does.
I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm just saying healthy people that had normal lifestyles can also be artistic.
I kind of missed the boat on that. Yeah, especially this year.
I know,
but
wrong group.
I don't have any of those qualities, so I'm not talking about myself.
Yeah, this is all hypothetical.
I know.
The only way that I can think that's true is Minor Threat, because they didn't do drugs and they were brilliant, and that's about it.
That's yeah.
What do you think
I'm thinking and I'm struggling.
What does it take then? Does it take a drive to succeed? Because that doesn't always land you in the door either, because, you know, some of the best people with the best drive to succeed can still bullshit, you know, better than they can actually deliver. So I don't know.
Yeah,
I
and you can have all the drive in the world, all the talent in the world, all the willingness to learn in the world, and do everything right by the book, and still get absolutely nowhere. I think ultimately it comes down to the right person at the right time read your book and recommended it to the right person, and so on and so forth, and it became a thing, and it grew from there.
I think that's the
networking
absolute,
is very valuable. Yeah.
and that's why it's wrong, because I think the goal should not be, the goal should be to outdo yourself every time you write something new.
Yes.
It should be to
Thank
top
you.
yourself.
Absolutely.
It doesn't matter who buys it or anything. At the end of the day, as long as what you put out is yours, that's what art is.
I don't think that what I said is mutually exclusive from that. I believe both things equally.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Absolutely strive to be better than what you were the last time. Doesn't mean you're ever going to get anywhere, or you may. It all comes down to fate.
It's the legacy you leave behind.
Well,
yeah,
you
but it's certainly not going to happen if you don't put in the effort, you don't put in the time, and you don't develop the skills. So you got to have all that too.
Well, I mean, you guys have probably, between the three of you, told some really great stories that you may not have, you know, seen in any sort of lucrative result from, but you probably still, you know, remember where you were when you wrote it, and it's probably had some sort of meaning to you personally. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, that means something at the end of the day too, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if you can look at yourself in the mirror every day and say, I told that story, and it meant something to somebody, I don't know who, but right?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, you know what? On The Damned Ones, the sequel to The Damned Place, it won a very small time award. First place. He did first place, second place, third place. It's just a guy who runs a blog. But he took the time to send me a very specialized plaque, very nice plaque, and said, you know, I got it sitting up in my office, you know, and that was like, that was a big deal, you know.
Yeah, that's
somebody
really cool.
Somewhere thought this was the best book they read that whole year, and this, you know, that means something. Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's not about getting awards, but when you break it down like that, that's humbling.
He brings that up at least once a day.
Oh yeah, no, at least twice. At least twice.
One time I gave a homeless guy a copy of my poetry book, and first he wiped his ass with pages, and then he started a fire with it. So he really helped himself quite a bit. I didn't get a plaque, but, you know, fuck. Not all of us are Chris fucking Miller either.
You know,
and thank God there's only one of you. Yeah, because the part he's not telling you is all that shit that he had wiped was flammable, and then we started the fire, it caught on to him, and the guy burned to death. So the guy is literally dead because of Mike's poetry.
Who has
quite
the most
literally? What?
Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying that's the difference between me telling a story and Chris telling a story. His goes on 7,000 or 8,000 words longer.
Well,
yeah, and innocent people are still alive.
I want to know.
The homeless guy.
Quiet Place roast.
I want to know who has generated the most controversy in terms of, I don't know, social media posts, sales, or whatever, in terms of just sheer controversy between Dust, Hunger on the Chisholm Trail, and Savage Breed. I don't know. Something told me Savage Breed. I think
probably a Savage Breed, but mine's close.
Why is that? Why did it erupt with Savage Breed? Compared to I don't get it, because
is it because of the priest? Is it just because of the rape? It's like everybody, you can fucking, like I said, I was just saying earlier, every book on Godless is about rape. I mean, it's like, what?
Well, yeah, there's really not even a rape scene in the Savage Breed. There's
it's not.
It kind of beats around it, but it happens several times, and it really turns some people off. You know,
well, I can understand how rape would turn people off, but I mean,
why are you reading something that's called a splatter western that is categorized in the extreme horror section. Stop reading that.
That review and
I
the
think I
made-up
should
rape
expect-
in Savage Breed is the reason River Dixon left Facebook. And
Yes.
Wait, River Dixon left Facebook? Where have I been? What?
Oh, this was
he's
months
been
ago.
gone forever. Ever since that review, because he went ballistic. He was pissed about it.
Mm-hmm.
The guy who
Yeah.
wrote about a smell of cedar and the girl being like forced, like locked in a box for like days at a time by her
Yep.
grandmother. He wrote a review that was more like harmful than that. I mean, what? I mean,
No, he was upset.
No.
He was upset because of this whole Nightworms trashing Savage Breed thing that happened. He was really offended. And
yeah, what is the
understand.
deal with these Nightworms? Are you still doing any kind of like social media, like courting with them, Patrick? If you are, that's fine. I'm just wondering, what is the deal?
Yeah, they work with us. I don't, I stayed out of that whole mess with their review. What I suspect happened is that someone amongst them was offended by what I wrote, which is fine. Everybody's entitled to their opinion, but they all kind of got on board with posting the same review, and it was very odd that it happened.
Now, wait. When you say they posted the same review, it was the same one. I got a free copy of this, and thank you to Death Said Press for providing it or something. And then they would proceed to trash it.
1 star. Yeah.
I saw that over and over, and I didn't understand it. I mean, you're showing goodwill, giving them free copies of this stuff that they're supposed to be into because it's niche and it's cult.
That part of it I find legitimate. We can't offer them a book and then demand, hey, you have to like this and you have to give it a glowing review.
Yeah, I want.
You can't do that.
It's just the implication.
The implication. So that's not the problem for me. It's implications like within mine, and like it said, there was rape in Patrick's book. No, there's not. Not if you read it. It may write around it a few times, but it's not like constant rape. That's nonsense. In mine, they went after Denarius as being written very stereotypically. I did that deliberately because I was writing a pulpy splatter Western novel. And that's exactly what I was trying to do.
Wait. Did you just say it's pronounced Denarius?
Denarius,
I was pronouncing the name wrong the whole time. I was thinking Denarius the whole time I read the book.
Yeah, like everybody else on the planet that knows how that word is pronounced.
Well, I always heard it called a denarius growing up in church and reading from scripture. So that was a coin. There's
a denarius
piece of currency.
It's the denarii is the Roman coin.
Right.
The 30 pieces of tainted silver that were paid to Judas.
Yeah. Jesus said, show me a denarius. And they showed you, and whose form is on this? Caesar's. Well, give unto Caesar what is Caesar, unto God what is God's. So that's where I had heard that term. And he is such a good man. He's literally the only truly good guy in the whole book. I kind of wanted to tie him in some small way to the good book.
I'm seeing a lot of 3-star Nightworms releases. I mean, I'm just saying. Even as far back as Dust, which was that book 3 or 5 or something?
It was 3.
Okay. So I'm not my judgment's not totally whacked now. I'm being requested to ban. Hey, I'm not going to highlight Edo's bullshit, but there's Autumn saying something worthwhile. All right.
All right, you Autumn, have fun roller skating.
I've tried to get her to write short stories for Death Said Press twice now. She's turned me
Really?
What boys?
Well, she was skating. I'm sorry.
Yeah, she was too busy skating.
You got to catch her at the right time, dude.
All right.
Oh man, that would be great if she would
Regina
do that.
Looks cute, but I don't. Regina looks cute, but I don't. I understand.
It's all about the angle.
I wouldn't think that I'm cute right now either with my
Gotta get that lighting.
horrible narcotic withdrawal. I wouldn't think I was cute either. So yeah, it's fine. But man, I really wish that you guys were in front of a better, more competent and more intoxicated interviewer right now.
Jeremy, if I were a braver man, I'd cut this camera on and make you look like
Oh, come on.
in
But,
comparison.
I don't know, this thing with Nightworms, it feels like factional. It's like on the one hand they're working with you, Patrick, and I'm not trying to create discord, but on the one hand, and we've spoken about this once or twice, they're working with you on one hand, but then they are going and publishing all these reviews in hordes, you know, like I don't know, like just you know, bad mouthing the work, and I feel like it feels subversive to me, and it doesn't have to feel subversive to you. You know business better than I do, being where you are, and Jared too. You know, but I don't know. I don't remember too many positive reviews from Nightworms people. Maybe in the first few, but now I feel like they're just going to double down on the whole. It's rape, and it's scabies, and it's racism, and I mean it's a time when that stuff, you know, was just a fact of life.
And it's pulp.
Yeah. So
please,
it's
remember, it's supposed to be pulp, and
so
pulp pushes stereotypes.
So
they say a 1-star review does just as much for you as a 5-star does. So
is that a fact?
That is true.
As long as they're given honest reviews.
Exactly.
That's what I want.
Yeah, a 1-star review that gets.
If all of them thought my book was 1, 2, 3 stars, then okay, that's an honest review. All I'm saying is
I will never
looked suspicious. So I don't know. I'm not going to say one way or
another. Okay, well that says you know, integrity on your part. I guess I got a picture in my head, someone who's saying, "Look, everyone's shitting on this, you know, based on my own perceptions of business," and saying we got to do something about this. You know, we got to get more politically correct. So that's not the case.
Look, I will never get tired of pointing out that my best-selling title of all time on Amazon has like a 2.1 overall star rating. I don't think reviews are shit. Like if you're leaving it, I don't care what it is. You know, it can be 1 star, it can be 5-star. You can somehow break the system and add negative stars to it if you want. I don't care.
No, I agree 1,000%. You know, it doesn't matter if the whole world can be trashing it. They're talking about it.
Okay.
Yeah, and somebody that reads a 1-star, one of the things that I do if I'm interested in something, it could be a book, movie, can opener on Amazon. First thing I want to do is I want to see the most negative reviews and why they're negative. Are they negative because they were shipped and weren't packaged right? Or were they defective? Or, you know, if something like that, or if they had a legitimate gripe. And in a legitimate gripe, often I can find like that sounds like something I would love, and then I may go purchase it because of that 1-star review.
That's true. I have been motivated by some 1-stars reviews. In fact, in case of Savage Breed, Regina, you remember that you pointed me towards that 1-star review, but yeah, I did. It did make me want to post haste, you know, grab that. So yeah, I guess there is something to be said for 1-star reviews, but I don't think that's their design here. I don't know that they have it in for you, Patrick, but I'm just saying if it were me, I would think that.
Well, never mind Nightworms. It's just in a general way, it seems in the horror, there is a push for more inclusivity, and that is a good thing. However, I think that sometimes people become zealots in that everything, on both sides, but everything has to include all these aspects in a politically correct manner of what's acceptable in 2021 versus like the splatter westerns. What was the norm in the 60s, 70s, 80s, whatever they were set?
And we can only guess because we weren't there. Let's not forget that on top of the pulp thing, you know.
Well, thank God we weren't fucking there. It was a terrible place to live.
Jesus.
Yeah.
You gave birth and the coyotes stole the baby.
Yeah,
it's not a good thing. Like, we are glamorizing it. We're making it sound better than it is. A fucking Wendigo is better than daily life was.
You know what? I would actually go to a town with a cosmic deity trying to come through.
Yeah, that sounds like it would break it up back then. Huh?
Yeah, I mean, it's hey, I'm going to see some cool colors. Yeah.
So,
Oh, Jesus.
everybody here feels good about moving forward with Death's Head Press, I guess,
Sure.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Hey, they gave me a shot. If it wasn't for Death's Head Press, I'd still be just putting shitty poetry online.
Same thing, man. I signed 2 contracts within 2 weeks. One was for Trespass, which ended up with Dead Man's Tome. And I was getting ready to self-publish The Hard Goodbye, which would have been my second novel. And it's just barely a novel, depending on who you ask, 40,000.
Oh, no. It's a masterpiece.
It's,
I seriously believe that.
Well, thank you. Thank you. And I was getting ready to do that. And then I heard from Patrick and Jared that they wanted to publish it. And I was like, oh, awesome. And not only that, it was their first novel to publish. It came out 2 weeks after their inaugural release, And Hell Followed. So they gave me a huge boost because when they accepted my novel, they asked if I wanted to put a story in that, and I got to be alongside, a few of my heroes. So that was neat.
Nice. How special.
And if you haven't read
so
Trespass, that's actually probably my favorite book of Chris's. Trespass is great. And that's a novella there, I guess. What, like 30,000 words, something like that?
No, it's more like 18,000 words. It's a really, really brief one.
Yeah, I love that one. That one's intense.
Yeah.
Now, do you guys all three feel like you're closer to writing something that distinctly, screams you and what you've experienced in your life as you go on? And I guess 3 separate answers naturally, but starting with Patrick and then Mike and then Chris. Are you closer, Patrick?
So closer to
telling a story that represents your life, like says, hey, this here was me. I experienced this, and this is what I think and feel. Okay, that's what I mean.
Man, that's a hard one to answer. I'm working on several projects right now, but probably the one I keep putting off is the one that I need to focus on, and it's a novel. It's going to be a huge novel, probably 130,000 words, something like that. It'll be my biggest work to date, and it takes place in my hometown. It has a lot of stuff about religion in it. Has a lot of stuff that would happened when I was a child. It basically takes place in the neighborhood I grew up in and the woods back behind it. And I think once I complete that novel, I think it's completely different than anything else I've ever written. Most of the stuff I've published has been more like the splatterpunk type stuff, more the hardcore horror, the bizarro. This is more mainstream horror, but I think thus far, I feel like it's probably the best thing I've written. And for whatever reason, I don't know if it's just because it's so close to me or whatever, I just keep putting off finishing that and focusing on other projects instead. But, I think people talk about writing the one. I think that might be the one if I can ever get it finished. So
that sounds really interesting.
Good answer. Yeah. And there's a lot of stuff that you can pick from your childhood. Mike, what about you?
Well, first off, I want to say I've read the first, 30,000 of what Patrick's talking about, and it is brilliant. I guess mine is actually, I'm trying to get it published right now. I think I wrote it. It's called Cuckoo.
Cuckoo?
Cuckoo, yeah, like the bird.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, without a doubt, that's his best work. Yeah,
hands down.
That's real personal, huh?
Yeah, I took the idea of it's told from 7 different points of view of different layers of madness, but it's all the same story and they're all the same person telling it.
Oh, I love that. Don't rush that. Yeah, that sounds amazing.
No, it is amazing.
It was very difficult.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a brilliant one, and he's shopping it around right now, but I don't think he's doing it hard enough because he needs to find himself.
It sounds like he's got some territory to figure out. And finally, Chris, go ahead, Regina.
Oh, I was just wondering, Mike, do you do you watch a lot of theater or read a lot of plays? That concept kind of reminds me of Sarah Kane. I don't know if you are familiar with her work.
No, I have absolutely no idea.
I think you would really be interested in Sarah Kane. You should check her out. She actually reminds me a lot of Sylvia Plath. She also dealt with like really severe depression and really worked it through in her writing. And her plays are kind of just very dark, very transgressive, and like just very mentally ill. But I feel like this would be just an interesting thing for you to read while you're working on and shopping on this other thing.
Oh, if you don't mind, if you'd shoot me a link on Facebook, that would be great.
Hell yeah, I will. I will send you a link. You'll be interested. You'll like her.
Thank you.
Go on.
Yeah. And finally, Chris, what do you feel like you are closer to reaching that personal, the one, as Patrick put it, the novel that says, hey, this is me. This best represents me?
Mike's going to make fun of me, and Patrick's going to do it too, because this is going to be kind of a three-part answer. Yes, I knew it. So I wrote a novelette called Farewell that's coming out in my collection this year. And that one was about my grandfather's funeral. And he and I were extraordinarily close. He was my best friend, and I was 8 years old. And it was my first time old enough to understand what death really was, and the finality of it. And I wrote that. So basically, that story is basically just me recording that day's events, changing a few names, and then I did a little twist at the end of it that didn't actually occur. But every single time I sat down to write it, to go back through it, to edit it, and to look it over one last time, I bawled my eyes out every single time, and because it meant so much to me. And so in a way, I have kind of written a super personal story. The Damned Place is there's a lot of my childhood in that. The running around with friends, playing in forts in the woods, older kids that were jackasses and bullied you around and everything. It's obviously that one's, and I've always said this, it's heavily inspired by Stephen King's It and Stranger Things. So there's a lot of that in it, but there's also a lot of what my personal upbringing and things like that. Yeah. Long-winded motherfucker is what Mike just texted me.
we wanted a 30-second answer, guys.
I know you're not going to get one out of me. And then finally, I think my greatest is yet to come. And that is, I think I have, with these other guys, learned how to find not only and refine my style, but also to find my very own voice. And these guys have helped me immensely in that. And in finding that in the stories I'm writing now, I think I'm finally going to achieve that. It's like, that is Chris Miller.
Wow.
Period.
That is fantastic. That is the best thing about collaboration, is that you learn something about yourself on the other end. And that is great when that happens in any kind of medium. Yeah. I'm inspired tonight, seriously.
I know, it's really cool to have you guys on, and it's interesting too, because usually collaborations, like Neil actually just released a collaborative novel that he wrote with somebody else, but I feel like collaborations are often just two authors, so it's kind of interesting to have a three-way action going on, I guess.
That's what I hear. It's always interesting.
I think what the key is, the three of us are completely different writers. We have completely different styles, and we have completely different aspirations. So instead of thinking of it as collaborative, all we're trying to do is make each other better.
Mm-hmm. Well, and not only that, but learning from each other too. Like I have, not so much with our current work in progress, but I have improved with the word conservation overall. I know I'm screwing it up right now in the book we're writing together, because I'm definitely going to go over the limit. Well, I'm already over the limit. Anyway, but
This isn't an SAT essay. It's okay.
They have helped me in word conservation and
saying
learning
more with less, right?
Saying more with less, but without losing the style of it.
You can tell by every time he speaks how it's working.
Yeah, I write way better than I talk, I promise.
We know, buddy. We all do.
We've learned to tell him if it's a 10,000 word story, we tell Chris it's flash fiction. We'll get
Yep. 250 words.
Yeah, well, you know, I wrote The Damned Place and The Damned Ones at the same time. It was initially going to be one gigantic novel and in another homage to King that I'm glad I ended up not doing. I was going to go back and forth between childhood and adulthood. And when I finished it, it was 236,000 words. And I realized that when you read just the kids part and then read just the adults part, you had complete novels.
Wow.
So I pulled them apart, and
I bet you still had to change some things though that were connected.
A couple of small things, but it was amazing to me because I didn't think of it that way when I was writing it.
Wow.
But it just worked that way when I separated and I read it. I was like, man, this just reads like its own novel.
That's so cool.
I made a sequel. Yeah.
Nice.
Well, thank you guys, and I feel like to keep you any longer would be a disservice to the three of you who have probably stayed long beyond any time you owed me. You know, I'm hardly professional, and especially tonight in any case with my situation. But I appreciate you coming on and talking about this. I promise I've read something from each of you. I'm just not in my best spirits right now, but I really appreciate.
I understand that.
I know you do, and I hope that you guys can come back when I can do a better, a better tribute to the three of your separate works.
Absolutely, anytime.
We're happy to come back on anytime.
Yeah, please. And before you guys go, real quick, are there any works coming from Death's Head Press in the next couple of months that you guys want to plug that people should pre-order on Amazon, like a new splatter western I think I saw coming out?
Yeah, we got a new splatter western. It's called They Built a Gallows for You and Me by Cody Higgins. We got With Teeth by Brian Keene that's coming out. We got a collection by Chris Miller there. We got more by Wiley Young. We got Joe Lansdale coming. We got a lot of shit.
Yeah, it's gonna be good.
Let's look at those
covers. This releases.
I've actually got an anthology I'm coming out in next month. June 11th with Joe Lansdale and Max Allen Collins. It's a crime anthology about hitmen called Dead End Jobs, a hitman anthology. And it's got probably one of my best short stories ever in it, I think. I'm really proud of that one.
He's been jerking off about his name on the cover with Joe Lansdale.
I managed third billing, and I'm happy with that.
I can understand that. Yeah. Man, Lansdale has inspired some of the most, like, I don't know, what do you call it? Low key weird, like mainstream low key weird. I don't know how else to describe it, but it's Lansdale. You know, it's Lansdale when you see it.
He's his own genre, and he lives not far from me. So all the time when I'm reading his stuff, I see Gilmer, Texas. Well, that's 20 miles from me. I see Tyler, Texas. That's less than an hour from me. And I know all these places he's talking about. The Sabine River. I've floated down the Sabine River or kayaked rather, and so it adds an extra layer of cool just because I know these places in real life.
Mm-hmm. I can't find a listing for the Hitman anthology yet. Send me a link.
There's no pre-order yet.
Send me a link when there is, and I will be glad to share that. And
will do.
So, what was the name of the Brian Keene one for Death's Head Press before we get out?
Yeah, it's called With Teeth, and you can find it on Amazon.
Oh, that's the vampire one, right?
Yeah. Or it's on deathsheadpress.com. So
awesome. Yeah, man, he's never really taken a real stab at vampire fiction yet, I don't think.
Yeah,
like
this
really
one's completely different. It's not like a vampire novel, like anything you've read before. So
really,
yeah, it's pretty damn awesome.
That's cool. I'll get it up on the screen before the show's over. There it is. Okay, I'll get it up on the screen soon. I appreciate you guys really, and if I'm sure I can do better justice by you next time you come on. If you come on again,
I'm happy to come on anytime.
Anytime.
Yeah, thanks for coming.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you
guys.
so
Have a
much.
good night.
Yeah, you guys.
All right.
there it is, With Teeth by Brian Keene, and it does
That's a
look like
fantastic cover.
it
It
does.
is
Look,
a
so
wicked
cool.
cover.
it looks like something he hasn't been up to writing in the last few volumes. I don't know. I mean, I remember that one with the zombies in the apartment complex. It wasn't quite that keen
Oh, see,
feeling.
I loved that one. That's my favorite King book.
The complex.
The Complex. That's my favorite.
You liked
King
it?
book.
I don't know. It felt like something was missing.
Action of it. Yeah.
I don't know. It felt like something was missing. There were two like shaggy, patrol or whatever. But I don't. That looks because the dope aspect, I guess. But that one does definitely looks like a return to form. So yeah, you guys are doing good things.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. I think it's going to be great. It's going to turn some heads.
Death
Heck
Said
yeah.
Press. DeathSaidPress.com.
Yep.
Very
Check it
simple.
out.
Simple as that. Simple as that. We've been talking about him since the beginning. So thank you guys. Thank you
Yeah.
to each head of Cerberus on its way out of the underworld. Gone above to proliferate in the public, space. And best of luck to them for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Good night,
All right.
guys.
I don't believe it. We saved that after all, or you guys did.
Yeah, that was a really fun interview. I'm so glad they came on. Boy, that was great. That was really fun. Love
You
it.
did great, Jerry. You
That's
don't need to be so self-deprecating.
Yeah,
You
don't
did a
worry
great
about it,
job.
dude. I'm literally over here like I came downstairs to the fucking garage to hit my bong during this fucking interview because everybody's vaping on the screen, and I'm like, I want to smoke.
We got
So
bong sign.
don't worry about it. You were fine.
I think our next guest will probably be here in approximately 15 minutes or a little after that, depending on, what's going on with him. But I'm going to jet to the next room to get some supplies, and I will be back in short order. You guys talk about whatever. I don't care. Ben,
Cool.
Regina, Neil. And sorry to Gregor if I embarrassed you off the show,
Yeah, sorry,
man.
Gregor.
I know you bring a different vibe to the show, and I can't always, give that the respect it deserves. But thanks, Gregor, for coming on. And I'm sorry if I embarrassed you off the show. So I'll be back.
What did I say about being self-deprecating? Stop.
So what's everybody reading right now? Let's do a little talk about books break. Who wants to talk
Sure.
about their books?
Okay. Well, I've been reading George Orwell's Homage to Catalonia, which was about his experience in the Spanish Civil War. It's a pretty fascinating book, especially in context with his other works, his later works, especially 1984 and Animal Farm. You can see why he was so critical of the Soviet Union, because the Soviet Union kind of sold out the other leftist factions that were fighting in the Spanish Civil War against the fascists, and it was part of why Franco was able to take over. He also talks about his experiences, just on the ground fighting in the war, and it is pretty funny at times. Like, he talks about how he feels like the Spanish have no concept about guns actually being dangerous. He talks about things like a time when he was just trying to take a photograph of some machine gunners, and they pointed the guns at him, assuring him that it was going to be fine, and then he nearly got his head blown off.
Oh my god.
And a similar incident where a gunner accidentally shot like another guy in the stomach, and they basically just laughed about it afterwards. Just the general conditions, because obviously that he was fighting on for a Trotskyist party militia, not an actual military. So there was they were very had very few actual supplies. He talked about how they barely had grenades between them. How they how he would go for days in the same pair of boots until they almost wore down to the soles. He was walking barefoot.
Jesus Christ.
So I think it's a it's a pretty great book, and I definitely think it's worth reading.
Interesting.
I also started reading My Struggle by Karl Ove Knausgaard. It's
the second most well-known My Struggle.
Yeah, that's kind of he kind of did that on purpose, naming it after the Hitler book, because it's there's a lot of self-deprecation in it. It's basically just an autobiography from when he was a kid up until when he was his recent life. He talks, like in the first book, he talks about various things from his childhood. He talks about a time when he saw a face in a lake on a news report, and he kept insisting it to his family, but none of them ever believed him. And then he talks about a scheme he had with his friends when he was like a teenager to.
Sorry.
Jesus Christ, Jeremy, mute your mic, please. Before
sorry.
Hack up along, man.
But yeah, he was talking about a scheme. A bunch of friends he and a bunch of friends had to get a bunch of beer while they were teenagers and get drunk. And he talks about the whole thing like he was absolutely certain he was going to get caught, but doesn't in the end. It's really hard to describe because it is basically just scenes from this guy's life, but it's written in a very compelling way, so I do recommend it.
It's Proustian, right? It's like a modern day kind of version of that, where it's like delving deeply into like his life and like the nature of recollection and memory. Is that I've heard it compared to it before.
Yeah, it's like been compared to. Yeah, it's been compared to Proust a lot. I haven't read Proust, so I can't say whether it is or not.
I've read the first book.
Oh, did you read Swan's Way? How did you like it?
I loved it, and I'm not entirely sure why I didn't keep going after that. I think I hit the second book, and I was like, okay, this is going to make me sound awful, but okay, it's going to be this for 6 more books. I think I got everything I needed from the first one.
That's kind of my reluctance to even really go much farther into the first one, because I feel it, like, and it's already so moving and like it's very moving and it's very powerful, and I'm honestly like, do I want to feel these emotions? I don't think so. I don't. Nice. This level of reflection is already such a high level of like what I'm already going through in my head all the time anyway. I don't think I need somebody else's reflective emotions also, like in my body and brain. I'm
sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I'm always having one long existential crisis that's been unfolding since I was like 5 or 6, so like
that's life.
I gotta be careful,
Well,
I just want the next time somebody wants to bring up some shit that I said a few years ago, I want you to remember these pictures right here. Okay, motherfucker? Because these have a lot more truth to them than anything I said when I was angry, okay? Homophobe, anti-Semite. No. This is what I want you to remember about me. Okay?
I can't even see what you're holding.
Jeremy, buddy. I think you should just relax and let's talk about books.
I was going to say...
they need to see it.
You should read Swan's Way, because for no other reason than he was one of Wolf's favorite authors.
I know.
And there are a shit ton of Proust references in The Fifth Head of Cerberus that I only got because I'd read Swan's Way. In fact, the very first line of Fifth Head is oh, should I stop?
No, it's fine. Go ahead.
The very first line is a sort of ironic. It's sort of in the same way that, like, if you've read, I'm sure you have read Ada or Ardor by Nabokov, where he sort of intentionally gets the first line of Anna Karenina wrong. There's a similar thing in Fifth Head where he bases the first line of Fifth Head of Cerberus off of the first line of In Search of Lost Time of Swan's Way.
That's interesting. I'll have to look at that again.
I am probably the only human being in history who read the fifth head of Cerberus, who got it backwards, who instead of reading the fifth head of Cerberus and being like, oh yes, this is the beginning of Swan's Way. I'm the only person who read fifth head of Cerberus in high school and then later on read Swan's Way and read the first line and I'm like, oh, this is the fifth head of Cerberus.
That's like my whole childhood with The Simpsons and everything it ever referenced, and then me going on to discover the things in life.
I'm not able to detect the subtlety of how you're tying Proust to Gene Wolfe.
Oh, fucking Gene loved Proust. Gene absolutely fucking adored Proust and was obsessed with him, and also had very similar fascinations with just memory and the function of consciousness and memory's relation to consciousness. And that's really interesting because I'm almost to the end of Fifth Head of Cerberus. I really take my time with Gene books because I can only read them the first time once.
I know.
And it makes me really sad to finish a book that I'm enjoying, so I've really been puttering along with it, but I'm going to have to finish it in the next couple of weeks. I can't wait anymore. And but I've read the first part of Swan's Way, and like I said, it just got heavy and reflective, and it made me very pensive. So I had to at least take a break from it. But I will go back and look at it again because I at least want to see that kind of tension between the first lines. And I definitely, I know I need to go back and read Proust all the way through. I just am like, like I said,
you probably don't have to read all.
How many books? How many Gene Wolfe books do you have left? Before
I have quite a few still.
I was gonna say I have There Are Doors on my Kindle, and I'm dreading starting it because I have so few Wolfe novels at this point that I haven't read. I have plenty of short story collections left, but in terms of actual novels, I'm almost tapped out. So it's very sad.
Well, our final guest for tonight, Kelby Losack. It's been several years, brother. It's good to reunite on good terms, better terms than before,
Hell yeah, bro. Good to see you again. It's been a minute.
It has, and I really appreciate you reaching out instead of me reaching out to so many. I hope that this tonight finds you in better spirits than the last time we spoke. And, I did want to read something that I found particularly touching from was it your last book, Heathenish? Was Heathenish your last book, or the one?
No, that was 2017, so that was a couple books ago.
Sorry, I'm a little bit behind, man. But I got the way we came in. Is that the latest one?
That was 2018, and then hurricane season just dropped.
Sorry, I'm catching up.
You're all good. You're all good, dude.
I actually had to correct a review today of Heathenish because it actually looked more dismissive than I meant it to be. I guess because I was just jaded and angry a few years ago, which people are still making me pay for today. But I corrected this, it said too much cool man for my tastes, but still an engrossing read. I'm referring to Heathenish. It would make a fine time capsule to warn future generations not to fail as hard as ours did. I don't think that last part.
What the fuck?
I don't think that's the last part is out of. Compared to the subject matter of Heathenish, right, Kelby? Right?
Yeah. No, I feel you. I never
fair.
saw it as a negative thing. I saw that review back when you posted it, and was I was like, oh, cool.
Ben, have you read any of Kelby's stuff? Because I feel like he'd be right up your alley.
He's been on my radar, but unfortunately I haven't yet.
You got to read Heathenish. I fucking loved it, Kelby. I took off my fucking picture from my last guest, so I'll do it for you. I loved Heathenish. I've read a lot of books for this show, and of all the books that I've read for this show, this is the only one that I like. I sat down and I was like, next chapter I should probably take a nap. And then 3 chapters later, I was like, I'll find a place to stop after the next couple of chapters. Then I'll take a rest. And then I'm 50% of the way through the book suddenly after an hour and a half of reading. And I'm like, I gotta lay down if I'm gonna be able to fucking absorb the rest of this book. It's so good. And then it gets kind of just experimental kind of towards the end in a way that I thought was really interesting. And it was really I found it to be a very like junky William S. Burroughs era type book, or like a younger Bukowski type book. And I really admire your prose, and I really admired the emotion in it and the truth in it. And I just really, like I said, I thought it was easily the best book I've read for the show. So bravo, really well
Thank
done.
you. I appreciate that a lot.
Yeah,
I wanted
yeah,
to go ahead, Ben.
Oh, go ahead. I was gonna say, it has been on my radar because I know you put that out through either Broken River or King Shot, one of the two.
Yeah, Broken River.
Yeah, and pretty much everything they put out has been, on my radar because I really love their whole aesthetic, and I really like noir. Unfortunately, yours I just didn't get around to, but it does sound like something I'd have to get around to sooner than later because it sounds like something I would really enjoy.
You'd really like it, Ben. I really think everybody in the room, Neil, I don't know if you've read it, but you would like it.
On my Kindle. It's on my pile. It's in my Kindle. It's getting bumped further and further up the Kindle as we have this conversation.
Yeah, it's really good. I was really impressed because I never, I'm always, my policy is like, it's if you don't have something nice to say, don't say anything at all. So, if I read a book and I'm not, wowed by it, I'll find something nice to say about it and I'll move on pretty much. Or if I like really disagree with a theme, maybe I'll talk about the theme. But I just, for me to like really be like wowed by a book by a contemporary author like I was by Heathenish, I think really says a lot about you as an author. And I'm really excited for hurricane season. I've got a copy of it on the way, so
it's coming. I send it out. I appreciate that.
So excited, man. Thank
you.
Yeah,
the passage that meant the most to me from Heathenish, and I think I'm pretty good at like finding these passages that just kind of crystallize into like the ultimate lesson of the book. It's like the daughter's talking to the dad, who's screwed up a few times. He said, I draw finger circles on her back and say, I'm trying to do things right. I'm trying to be the best dad in the world for you. Angelica stops punching me in the ribs and wipes her tears and snot on my shirt. She looks up at me and says, try harder. I mean, you can hear it in your head as you're reading it,
Yeah. I think that was one of the parts that definitely like really started to catch my attention because it's early on in the book and it's just very.
And the thing is, we are all trying harder. I mean, most of us who care enough, we are trying harder, right?
That's what it's all about. Yeah, that was a really difficult one to write. It was really cathartic, but really hard. A lot of late nights pushing through because that's all me. Like, I think last we spoke, you and I, Jeremy, that was like kind of I think it was right before all the sort of heathenish era, a little bit into it. And so, yeah, I mean, I think, some of the shit that was, going on. Yeah. I was in some deep poverty, running some, I was that heathenish dude.
Well, and I read Toxic Garbage, and so I could see, that there was a little bit of background there, right?
Yeah.
Sure. Which I would also recommend Toxic Garbage. It's a great debut. Didn't Bradley Sands blurb that as well at one point?
Yeah. That was pretty crazy. That was back when a lot of independent authors, like sort of from the cult lit reactor kind of forum wave, they were highly contactable, easy to reach out to, and which they still are today. I don't know if that comes from like just having connection with them, me personally, but like I just emailed a bunch of people, Patrick Winsink, Richard Thomas, and they were all down to read my first book, Rob Hart, and I thought that was cool as shit.
Character in Toxic Garbage. I mean, the Tommy character in Toxic Garbage, he steals the show all the way up to the end, and yeah, you feel that, that loss of a certain character at the end, and how they're not able to put on a fancy, without spoiling who it is, you feel the loss even though they can't put on a fancy service for them, for the person, it still matters that they're gone, and that's the best. That to me, that's my favorite part of a book is when a character becomes 3-dimensional and in my face, you know, to where I can't ignore him, you know. And Tommy was like that.
Yeah, that's been my my goal with a lot of shit, because I just like besides toxic garbage, I mean, I made all that, you know, that was like some punk rock scene experience mixed with like a super, like, it's almost Train Spotting fan fiction, honestly. But you know, I was 17 when, or yeah, about 17 when I wrote it, and 20 when I put it out, and so, but so I was ripping off of a lot. But ever, yeah, I mean, ever since, I just try to like take, I just take real life shit. All my dialogue is pretty much just transcribed from conversations I've saved in my phone, and so that like 3-dimensional character shit, that's like, that's really all I care about. Just, you know, representing.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
Do you still keep like your finger on the pulse of like that scene type, you know, life today, or do you feel like you had to pull away from it to save yourself?
No, like well, the punk scene, not so much, just because that's not really, I mean, that's a music-based scene that's kind of grown out of the area. But as far as like all the hood rat shit, and like, you know, I still live, you know, down in the dirty, and everybody's you know, the homies are still the homies. So no, I didn't really.
You still represent, right?
Yeah, for sure.
I never doubt it.
Yeah. Jesus, Jeremy.
I know I sound corny as hell saying that.
All dirty style.
So, have you become turned over to more of a family man, or do you still feel like that can come out, you know, when it needs to? That those experiences.
I'll say that will more come out because of the family man, if, you know, protective, you know. But yeah, no, definitely settled into the sort of family life. Got tired of going to bars where you have to get in a fight every time and all that, you know, all that bullshit. And
yeah, shouldn't bars be celebratory? That's the thing I've always wondered about. When I go into a bar, you know, it's like it always feels so confrontational, you know, even when there's no one's like, you know, jabbing their jaws at each other. It just, the whole thing feels kind of confrontational. And it seems like we should be all celebrating, right?
Yeah, especially when you're getting wasted. Like, just chill out, bro.
Never understood that. Oh boy, Ann, what have you gotten yourself into now? She says, "Don't."
Oh Jesus Christ! No, I won't ask Ann. God bless you.
At least she has access to a computer, so she's not in jail.
Yeah,
I'm sure that's
a good
story.
sign. Yeah, she'd have to like call you from a payphone if it were otherwise.
I forgot to send her a link. I think I forgot to send her a link, but
we would be her one call.
The one time I forgot to send her a link, she wasn't even there. Okay.
So Kelby, I like to harass people about their writing practice, I guess, when they come on, because I'm always really curious about how different writers work. So you already mentioned that you have this backlog of conversations on your phone, which is really an interesting thing to take from. But do you like write every day? Do you write at night? Do you write in the morning? Do you read every day? Like, how does reading factor into your routine? Like, just what is your general relationship with writing every day, and or not every day, or when you feel like it? And what's your practice like? What's your process?
Always thinking about shit, and taking down relevant notes. Usually handwriting notes. I keep a lot of journals because it helps me. I never really look back at them that way. I just remember them. Unless it's, and you know, if it just kind of dies out, then I guess it wasn't that good. But I work for the longest. Just recently, I knocked the workload down to 40 hours a week, but it was like a 50 to 70 hour steady schedule. So it was a lot of just carrying journals around, or writing on my phone in bed late at night most of the time. And now it's I write on this Neo 2 one of those little digital keyboards. I have it
Oh
right here,
hell
actually.
yes, the Alpha Smart Neo.
Hell yeah.
Never leave home
neat.
without it.
Hell yeah.
Meaning to get one of those.
I
Yeah.
have written so much smut on the Alpha Smart Neo. That was my go-to device because I wasn't allowed to bring anything that could connect to the internet to work. So I would sneak into the back stairwell during my lunch hour. I would eat at my desk before the lunch hour, and then I would go and I would just write smut for 58 minutes and then go back to work.
Genius. That's such a good use of that device.
Man,
Hell
you
yeah.
guys are getting more covert with this stuff. I'm amazed.
You got to. You got to write, man, no matter what. You can't fucking let anybody stop you. I really admire
Exactly.
I
Mr.
know, that's
Losack's
my
devotion to the craft because
That's been my own problem. Yeah.
you got to. I used to ride on the bus on the way home. I used to live in Tucson, and I had to work on the north side and live kind of, more on like the kind of east side, I guess. And it was like a long 45-minute ride where I could have been home, but instead, you write, like you said, you write on your phone, you write in a journal, just you do what you can. You write on your lunch breaks. I did that too. Always using company paper, squirreling in early so I can use the printer to print out a manuscript to edit something. You're like, it's 100 pages that they don't need. It's fine. Like,
Hell yeah.
But it's like, you got to. That's what you got to do, man. You
Yeah.
got to, Jeremy.
The boss makes $1, I make a dime. That's why I print smut on the company time.
That's fucking right.
how
That's right. Write your fucking heart out, Jeremy.
I,
Don't let anybody stop you. I'm
I
telling
know,
you.
definitely, I've got more to say now than I probably ever have in my life. It's just I had to have the blinders off to fully see how much I had to say. I guess God, this weekend has been horrible, like soul crushing, and so
Oh,
yeah, I ought to say something. Yeah,
Yeah. You
Yeah,
gotta
I'd
at
love
least
to see
journal.
more from you, Jeremy.
do what?
Mhm.
Oh, I'd love to see more from you, Jeremy.
Yeah, I know. I let myself down, man. I didn't let anybody else down. I let myself down. I know, and that's just one more thing to repair. But
Never too late to start.
That's
I know.
right.
I just let
And
my
healing
anger-
takes time, my friend.
People still won't believe me even after I say this, but I did let my anger cloud me for several years. But whatever, Some
Well,
people
you know
never
what?
do. It's like Alex from A Clockwork Orange. Even though I've never gone as far as his crimes. All right. I've suffered and I'm going to keep on suffering. That's how I feel.
You know what, Jeremy? Let me just tell you, I come into this show as an outsider. I've only, been a part of the show since like October or November. And, I came in and I knew nothing about any of your controversies. If you had never mentioned them, I wouldn't know anything about them. And I
But there's so many people
like,
willing to remind you about them,
But I didn't ever get reminded about it. I have never
Yeah.
encountered a single person who would have ever said anything to me if you
I
hadn't
literally
brought it
only
up.
know about them because you talk about them on the show.
Yeah, Neil is the
Yeah.
same way.
I
So-
really and truly said
gotta-
things a few years ago that I did not mean.
But
and they're
what I'm
still on
saying
today,
is
but
that
they
now
see
I view
out, and I'm grateful for that.
I view you as a very nice person, Jeremy. And that's what I'm trying to get across is that the Jeremy I know is a nice person who is interested in books and has interesting opinion about books and reads interesting books. And that's what I like about you. And you have some goofy ass fucking political opinions, but I don't see you as being, hateful. I just see you as being misguided by the area where you live in. And you probably feel the same way about me. And so that's just the way society fucking works now, and we just kind of condescend to each other all the time. But we love each other at the same time. We're all
But I
friends
know
and we all
if
care
I-
about each other. And I think you're a good dude. So I think you just gotta let that past go.
And
Don't
I
even talk about it. Don't even think about it. Be a new Jeremy every single day. Every day. Be a new
100%.
person.
You
I do
should-
think
you
that
should-
I do think that if I needed to know how to get something done in the system, you'd probably be able to help me more than someone who just tells me to just figure it out myself, because they did. I will say that. But so Kelby, we've obviously got some books to catch up on, man. Like The Way We Came In was the next to most recent. So let's start there. We talked, when you came on previously about Toxic Garbage, and I think Heathenish in it during its inception. So what's The Way We Came In about? Is that more like scene, like, revisitations or what?
So Way We Came In started as I wanted to write a sequel to Heathenish, sort of, or like a Heathenish adjacent thing, where so that Sean character in Heathenish is based on who's like a brother figure / actual like uncle of the narrator, and that's the dude, like, is the dude I came up with, is who it's based on, and he's been locked up. He caught a 30-year sentence on some shit and tried to take me down with him. And I started writing it as a letter, and I probably still am going to get around to like doing something along those lines, because I don't think I've reconciled all my feelings about that. But I started writing it as like a letter, so it's like it's in first and second person, and it kept that format. But the characters sort of changed into something else, and it ended up being the story about twin brothers, one who's just out of prison and the other one who just lost his job, and they've got a week to make rent or before they get evicted. So it's a very class conscious, logistical,
Interesting.
fast-paced crime novel. There's a lot of crime fiction that just doesn't understand the like actual logistics and ramifications of the lower working class, and like what it means to not, why you have to go to certain extremes, and to just make rent and shit like that. So that's sort of a lot of the shit that I was getting out during that. And I think it's safe to say, because it's been shared on social media here and there, that this has actually been optioned for film.
What?
So
Oh, wow.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
See, I knew it, man. I fucking knew it. I told you. You got it. You got it. You got that je ne sais quoi that they want.
Still got to make it to screen, but I mean, still, even if it does, even if it doesn't, I mean, it's there, man. I mean,
yeah, for sure.
Wow.
Ooh, I really am excited to read this now. I just added it to my Goodreads list. Which
now you say, so why some people have to go to some extremes, and I guess in my own state right now, my own mental state right now, I may see it of a different intensity. But I mean, do you mean that they have to make a such a drastic move towards some action in order to get the same result that someone experienced in business would just by being in business? Am I wording that right?
Yeah. Basically, they got to do some criminal shit.
If they want to see results the same way that business person would, and they don't have the financial backing and whatnot, they have to do something more drastic in order to reach that same result. And so that is not people starting out at the starting line at the same, playing field. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. So how would they fix that? Is that something that you explore here, or is it just
holy shit, Jeremy? What do you mean? How do you fix a country that's built a class of the working poor?
I don't know how to word. I know what I'm saying, but I don't know how I'm wording it. Like, no.
Well, in the book, they use the brothers' connections to get a hold of some drugs to flip.
Okay. I'd probably go with that too.
Which is, I mean, it's pretty easy. Like, so, if I'm desperate, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah. Yeah, no. I've done some desperate things in the last few months myself. So yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing is that they make it so lucrative to sell drugs on any kind of black or gray market, and they make it so cheap to get, like, you know, fucking OxyContin from a doctor and turn it around on the street. And it's like, you know, and then they have this built-in class of slaves who are, you know, part of our prison system, and it's just like I get really pissed off when I talk about this shit.
No, I agree. Private prisons are bullshit, and they've been abolished once more, so we don't have to worry about it anymore, right?
They haven't
still
been
use prison
abolished.
labor for
They
stuff.
still exist. Are you high?
I don't. All I know is what I hear in the news, and that's,
I mean-
hey, Biden just abolished private
Yeah,
prisons.
what you fucking
They were
what
all-
you hear on ONN and fucking Fox. Jesus.
No. I'm
But
saying
no,
that
I mean,
abolished them. It's a good thing, and I don't know, you know.
But they didn't abolish private prisons. All they did is they stopped. They made it so that, what is it? The, like, government contractors won't be working with private prisons anymore. Private prisons still exist.
And how much is the hour wage for a private prisoner? What, $1? It's literally
cents on the dollar, yeah.
Oh, it's cents.
That is savage.
Like
That's savage
firefighters.
no matter which way you are, no, which walk of life you are.
My father is in prison, and he makes, I want to say, like, $1.67 an hour, if that. I can't remember. It might not even be a whole dollar, but $1.67
Plus
sounds
tips.
right. Working in the
Plus
prison
tips.
library.
And
it's
it's
like-
like, do a lot of them really think, well, at least I'm getting to go outside in the sunshine or something? Do they really think that? Or is that bullshit?
What are you fucking talking about, Jeremy?
I don't know. I've never been, so I don't know.
I don't know, Jeremy. Why don't you
I've heard
ask?
people who have been
What?
talk about it. That's all I know.
I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, Sunshine. My mother also was a prison guard at a different prison, a women's prison, and they
that how
did
they
have what?
I'm
Is
saying
that how they met?
the hour.
No, fuck you.
Well, she
This
was
is
in
a
prison
totally
and she's a
different
prison
times.
guard. I read
This
that
was a
song.
totally different times.
I'm saying the hourly wage is vastly, wrong and needs to be addressed, just based on, human, decency, treatment, humane treatment of people, whether they've done something wrong or not. I mean, and probably not. Mostly.
I'm curious about this. Jeremy, what do you think a fair wage for a prisoner would be?
Oh, I don't even know about that. I don't even know how to answer that. But I know it's more than $1 or $1.60. Jeez. Should it be less than someone who's doing the same job on the outside? I don't even think that necessarily, no. And that's as a conservative. So, I mean, I don't know.
I'm a conservative.
I'm trying to I'm trying to dig into what he's saying, what Kelby's saying, in order to get milk the most out of that, is what I'm trying to do.
I understand, but I think,
I'm not in my best mood tonight.
The problem was you turned it into a conversation about private prisons being abolished, and then you somehow brought up the wages of prisoners, and it's like, don't even fucking start to talk to me about prisons. I have it from both sides. I have information, so don't even fucking come at me.
But even if someone committed murder and they're on a workforce in prison, they should not be paid $1.60, right? I mean, so can we
talk about the books?
Huh? Yeah, let's talk about the books. Okay,
What
I've
book?
tried, Kelby. I'm sorry, man.
No, I'm digging it.
I don't
man.
always have the magic that I used to have, the sleight of hand verbally. But okay, go ahead, you guys. I'll wait for my chance to jump back in.
Bro, I could talk prison all day.
Go ahead. Well, do what you want. Yeah.
Well, I think it's an interesting subject, and I think it does relate very much to Kelby's books. And I think that, like you said, it's so much as this desperation that's built into us, where it's like, your options are be a wage slave outside or be a wage slave in prison, or do something outside of the law and try to stay out of prison.
I've got my service animal, and I'll let you handle it, Regina.
Holy shit, if you're going to let me handle it, don't talk over me. I wish I could mute you.
That's a good way to tie it in, though. Like, I think not totally consciously and not everything about it being on the I try not to be didactic, or I don't think I could be didactic with anything because I don't really write for a message necessarily.
Yeah.
But I think there is a lot of that. It's like, where do you want to be the wage slave, on the inside or on the outside? And then it's like how fucking hard it is to once you're out, you're just you put yourself on pause for so long, but the world kept going, and then you just get spit back out. And so like the rest of the world is like 5 years, 10 years ahead of you, however long you were in there. And there was nothing really being done to rehabilitate or help like move you, onto a better path once you get out.
Exactly. Yeah. It's just, there's nothing. There's literally no encouragement. And in fact, I would argue that prison only fosters criminal behavior and encourages it.
Absolutely. And I would say because they want slave labor. Like,
yes, exactly. It's, it's the same. Oh man, I really do believe that 9/10 of society is geared toward creating as many low class slaves as possible. I mean, it's like, fuck, once you're a felon, try getting a job anywhere. It's like the best you can do are these restaurants who, out of the goodness of their heart, hire felons and give them a second chance. We hire people who are ready for a second chance at life.
Enjoy a minimum wage job with no benefits and all permanently part-time. I mean, that's why the whole thing of them, not being able to hire people. People don't want to work. No, people don't want to work for you, asshole.
Yeah.
Well, and I can even speak for like my place where I work hires felons, like has hired mostly felons.
That's cool.
It's construction. I work. I'm a custom cabinet maker, so it takes a level of craft. But like, I've been in it for like 12 years, and I can teach anyone who's willing to learn. But
that's cool.
Besides the like inability to find a job for most felons, there's so many social things that get worked into you in prison that like once you're in a job, like I myself have told people to like not come in anymore because you can only try and help so much before they just fucking they show up drunk at noon and fall asleep on the work table, and then they leave after 2 hours. It's like, bro, that's not. And then they come back for a paycheck. It's like that's not how this shit works.
And they're surprised. And it's like, no, I'm sorry, my friend. Every once in a while that would happen at the window company where you have somebody who comes in and just, oops, I've got a loose cat. Where you've got somebody who comes in and just kind of, thinks that they've got some kind of gig they can relax on, and it's like, you got to do at least the bare minimum of work. You got to at least fool me into thinking you're working for this to fly, my friend.
To be more clever about pretending to work.
Don't insult my intelligence. I need some kind of a ruse to justify your paycheck, please. Just don't make me have to lie.
Wow. Yeah, Regina, you're doing a good job. Keep going.
She's off screen taking care of Izzy.
Had to wrangle a panther out of the way here. I apologize. Kelby, raiders often have animals. Do you have any cats or dogs right now, Kelby?
No, not at the moment. I really need a fence before comfortable getting another dog or anything.
Yeah, I definitely understand that. Yeah, I knew what kind of book I was fucking in for at the beginning of Heathenish when you got into the sad part with the pit bull, which is another, here's the thing, is that it's like, what dog is the most stigmatized dog that's also, disproportionately preferred by people who are of a lower socioeconomic class? Oh, it's the pit bull. Is it just, that people hate poor people? Is that really the problem here? Because I think that it fucking...
I really relate to them on that level. That's why the last 2 dogs I had were pit bulls. And, one was they were both actually happenstance. I mean, one was a rescue dog that my friend had rescued and then couldn't take care of anymore, so I sort of started taking care of her. And then
Aw.
the last dog I had, I stole from the neighbors because they just had him chained to the tree and he was starving, so I just stole him.
I don't know how people do that to animals.
I just don't understand.
Like that's a sure sign of sociopathy. Just being treating animals that way.
For sure.
Like they're just a status symbol. Like, hey, I've got a dog chained up in a kennel in the backyard. I don't. That means that I'm like accepted by this neighborhood, right? I've seen that over and over. I mean, throughout my life.
Yeah.
The dogs don't mean anything to them. They mean something to the kids, but not the adults who put them in that situation. Yeah.
It's a thought that the animal is the animal is a piece of property, and
they can be as good as any friend if you treat them that way.
Yeah, and it's probably, kind of like what you mentioned, like either the kids want a dog or something like that, and they don't realize, it's actual work to have a dog. So they just, start doing things like just chaining it outside 24/7 and barely feeding it.
That's another, like, I'd love to have a dog right now, like, but just circumstances, it's not ready for that right now. I mean, it's the same as having a kid, and then some people just like, I'll just get one, and if it doesn't work out, I'll get rid of them. It's like, you gonna do that to your kids too? Like, I'll just try it out.
Yeah, the kid's not working out. I'll bash its head against the and have another one.
I'll just chain him to the tree.
Let it go feral.
You can drink rainwater. It's fine. Yeah, man. I just have never understood. It's like, and animals are so good and wonderful, and it's just like, man, people fucking suck. I don't understand. I shouldn't say people suck because people are often very good.
Well, people do suck.
But it's like, yeah.
I mean, once in a while, there's like individual people who are good, but people on the whole suck.
Yeah, that's probably a safe generalization sometimes.
It's really complicated too, because like, I have a lot of friends who don't feel the same level of affection towards animals or even the same level of respect, and I know they'd have my back in anything. And so it's like, I know you're a decent person, but I've also seen you like do some really fucked up shit to dogs. Like,
yeah, that's the thing, is that there is such a cultural difference sometimes with the way people are toward animals like dogs, especially because like even on farms, dogs are more of a tool than like a friend. And so it's like there's definitely a difference, but it's like, it's so like, it's just like you said, it's like seeing a child mistreated to someone who's like really, a dog or a cat person. It's so emotional, and it's so much, it's like, I guess it's just like a culture clash almost, man. It's like, yeah, it's like, what do you fucking do? I guess you just can't say anything, but I've been there too, man. It's like, when you're at somebody's house smoking weed and somebody else has a kid, and it's like, you can point out all the little things that they don't do. Something. No, I'm not gonna say anything, but I'm just gonna erase this part of my brain, I guess. I just want the weed, man.
So hurricane season, I don't know anything about this one. What is it out? Is it out yet, or is it?
Yeah,
it is.
Yeah, it's out. You can get it on only on my store right now, kelbylosack.bigcartel.com. I put it out as a limited edition print, and I'll drop an ebook at some point. But I wanted to experiment with form with it, just as far as like the distribution side of it, like sending it out as more of a collector's artifact versus a print, the whole print on demand model where shit just dies off and people's saved for later. And, a lot of times doesn't really get any attention anyways. So I thought the collector's route might be a cool thing to try. And the story itself, I was wanting to write two different things. My best friend lives in a haunted trailer, and so his stories.
Back that up a little bit. You got to back that up a little bit.
Yeah, I know. You're
That
talking
actually-
about bury the lead, man.
that
I didn't
makes a
realize
good,
this is based on a true
yeah.
story.
Are you gonna slip that in?
You should make that the title. My best friend lives in a haunted trailer.
It's a good title.
See, but you know, he's got all these like, you know, poltergeist stories and like you know, demonic animals coming out of the woods type shit, and like, and I've been over there, and there's a vibe, a hardcore, like, so there's, you know, all of his stories that I wanted to, like, I was like, I need to write some of this down. I just need to steal this shit from you. And and then I also was wanting to write something to do with hurricanes, because I've always gotten a vibe from them, and that's I think that's my thing. I like to capture vibes, and you know, a book, like, I like to sustain a tone. And you know, when Harvey hit down here, it looked like a fucking third world country. You know, I'm in construction, so, you know, got into, like, you know, gutting people's houses, and everything just being down to the bare bones, like from 4 foot down, and furniture out at the road and shit. So, you know, just the aftermath of all that, plus the, like, all the footage. Like, we left before it hit, because it seemed like it was going to be a harsh one, but seeing all the, like, drone footage and everything of how, like, the river had broke the levee and shit was just like, the Brazos River took over the entire city for, like, you know, for several different towns. And so I was like, you know, I don't know, a lot of those images just stuck with me for years. So I wanted to write something about hurricanes. So I just ended up merging the two. You know, they were both lingering on my mind. So I was like, well, this will be a hurricane ghost story then.
That's cool, man. I really like it. I love it when concepts kind of come together with that. Like you said, the resonance, the tone, you know, man. It's like, I get it. I'm really excited to read this one. I can't wait. How long did it come out to be?
It's 90 pages long, and it's 8,000 words. So it's also my first pulling the trigger on the whole fuck it, like, with you know, what's a book supposed to be and this and that, and, like,
yeah, man. I've
always joked that, you know, a novel is something that has a front page and a back page and some words in the middle, and, like, but I mean it, like, and I'm just, you know, I'm sticking to my guns with it, with this one, and, like,
that's great.
I think the book is the argument too. Like, at this point, I practiced what I preached, and, like, if anybody wants to debate, like, 8,000 words isn't a novel, like, you can read it. I mean, because it is.
I totally agree. It's like Hemingway with his 6-word story about, you know, for sale, baby shoes, never used or never worn, whatever it is. You know, it's like that is like that sentence contains so much information in those 6 words. I mean, that's a novel right there. It's like so much, like, grief and moving past the grief, and also the hope before the grief, and, you know, there's so much that's in there, and I feel like, yeah, I totally get it, man. It is. It's, yeah, I like that. Anything with a front page and a back.
I've met a lot of those stodgy academic types who swore that 30,000 words is a novella, and after that, you're approaching a novel, right?
Yeah.
And then, now they want to throw a novelette in there somewhere, I think. Yeah, it's like, fuck off.
When did it get so technical? I don't even remember people using the word novella in the 90s. I don't know. It just was.
It's a
Yeah, he was
no,
probably a
that's
short
not
story
way.
at that point, but does it matter? Yeah.
Well, no, I mean the Nebulas and the Hugos always had
that's
like
true.
best
Well,
novella.
if you want to, if they want to get technical, yeah.
And that's what it is.
Yeah.
It all comes down to the sorry, my street's fucking loud. It all comes down to the award season. You have to meet the qualifications and shit like that. Like, I don't need a trophy, but it is a novel, so.
I mean,
just so you know, throwing it out there.
I mean, both my novels are technically novellas, but normies and just average readers don't really use that term, so I just say they're novels or they're short novels or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah. The marketing gets confusing too. Like you said, like most people, they're gonna be like a novella. What is that? Like, you speaking French or what?
I don't want to read a French novel. I don't know French.
There's some fancy academic shit here.
Yeah. It does sound fancier as shit. Now I want to just start calling everything a novella.
I know. It's like more novellas.
What is this, written in some Mexican-ish language? Is that why you're calling it
Is
novella?
this written in Mexican?
Yeah. Is the jalapeno gonna fall out if I open it?
Oh boy.
By the way, so I'm allowed to make that joke.
So,
There you go.
I haven't kept up as much as I could the last few years, I admit. Is Broken River still a solvent publication, or are they kind of taking a step back, or what?
Broken River is David's flag. So, he's always been real upfront about what it is exactly. He's one person. It's always been one dude just editing, designing, printing, promoting, the shit as best he can. And he and I have had a lot of conversations over the years about what exactly is a small press, or what could a small press do that other small presses don't, and and being honest about like the parameters that you're able to work in without burning yourself out and shit. And like I like, he brought it to me recently as like the idea of a collective where it's just some people you fuck with that are either your day ones, and every once in a while, somebody that you really click with, that you come across along the way, but just basically putting out shit with people who, like, say if he fucked with somebody and wanted to put them out through Broken River, then, and they wanted to, and that benefited both parties, however, which is basically just in the small press arena, the benefit you get is the recognition, and that's about it. Yeah. Like, you don't get an advance or like high, royalties or like anything like that. You might get seen by more people if that press is recognizable, and a lot of people fuck with that press. So, which, is a benefit of Broken River, but yeah, I think he's and that's the homie. I talk to him like literally every day. He's working a lot on his own shit right now, which I'm really excited about because he can write like a motherfucker, better than most people that he's published. And yeah, I mean, I don't know if that fully answers.
No, yeah, it told me exactly what I needed to know, and yeah, it didn't shatter any perceptions I had either. So yeah, I think that definitely qualifies. So yeah, man, and by the way, that's only one that he's written. Black Gum is also pretty awesome, and Low Down Death Ride Easy was another good one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm having to circle back around and like rememorize some of these things, as I kind of clear out my own, closet of indiscretion or whatever. But I spoke with him, and he was diplomatic, and yeah, I appreciate what he's contributed to literature, on the writing front and the publishing front. So J. David Osborne is definitely someone I would remember and recommend, and also Kelby Losack for Toxic Garbage and Heathenish. And I'm gonna give your other stuff a try here soon, man.
Hell yeah, appreciate it.
Awesome.
I hope that under the circumstances, that's about the most glowing, recommendation I can give, because I'm in a very dark place myself that you have probably already found yourself out of. But yeah, man, I always liked your work, and I still do. Even if we didn't speak for years, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and the way, I don't know, man, the way shit went down, like.
You don't have to say anything if you don't want to. It's okay.
Nah, it's just so much bullshit. Like, I think you and Kevin honestly were like ahead of, and not even to say, I hate to even like preface shit with like, I don't agree with everything you say, but because two fucking agrees with everything other people say.
Nobody agrees with everything me and him say.
But I don't know. Y'all were honestly ahead of calling out a lot of like bullshit within the facadic PC culture that was sort of coming out of independent literature circles. And I mean, I understand the jadedness, and start like I had said when I reached out, I'm not sure exactly. I can't even remember if we had any like personal beef throughout that shit, but
no, just that I had hurt some people that you cared about, and honestly I did, yeah. When I criticized Delarue's award win, I mean, yeah, I can own what I did, yeah. I probably could have I could have gone without doing that, yeah. But so yeah.
Yeah.
God bless you for saying that, though. What you did say, that's more than enough. Yeah. But
yeah, no, I mean it's all cool. I mean,
I'm really happy that you're finding a way through the darkness, without any mentoring. Now it seems like, though, and I haven't even asked you about your music these days. I know you did a lot of music too on SoundCloud and everything. I don't even know what's going on with that. You want to tell us about that?
Yeah, so I live south of Houston, right? So I'm surrounded by rappers and producers, and that's always been something that I fuck with. I'm working on an album, so I don't have anything. I mean, you might be able to find some shit that I'm probably embarrassed of somewhere on the internet that I forgot to delete or something, but so don't go Googling too much.
Damn.
But
I know what we're closing with now. Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, there's gonna be some new shit soon. I'm working on it, and I really want to not necessarily perfect it. It's not gonna be too polished, but like I want to get it sounding like I want it to sound, and probably drop a 7 to 10 track album by the end of the year.
That's cool. That's really exciting. Nice. You should come back on the show at least to just, let us listen to like a little sample and talk about the process when it's time to release it.
Hell yeah.
Give it
the
quiet place bump.
Would love to.
Thank you very much, Kelby. It's been a better evening than it had any right to be on my end. So thank you for coming back, man. Thank you for reaching out, and God bless anybody who shares your reticence to continue fighting over bullshit. Really.
Hell yeah. No,
let's stop taking political positions and just get back to living our lives. Is that so wrong?
That's like, bro, like I don't even give a fuck what you think about different things. Like if you not to, I don't want to like air anything on the air about like personal shit that we've talked about, but like you've genuinely come to me with questions as out of sincere concern, and that's like I don't care what you think about, I don't know, the fucking shit going on in Israel, like, or like like I don't give a fuck, you know. Like,
Yeah, people are people, man.
And you know, this weekend has taught me that, you know, every time I think I've learned that lesson, I learned a little bit harder. So for anybody looking for me to suffer, I'm getting it this weekend. So, and I ended up coming on camera, even though I swore I wouldn't. So there you go. You got that too. Kelby, thank you, man. This has been a really great healing session, and I support anything you do going forward. 100%.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming on.
Let me know if you do a GoFundMe or something. I'll contribute to that. I don't care. I mean it.
And tell us again, real quick, where people can get your new book, The Hurricane Season.
You can go to kelbylosack.bigcartel.com. You can follow me on Twitter at heathenishkid. Stay relatively active over there while trying not to lose my mind on it. You know?
That's the goal.
There it is.
All right, yeah, there it is. I'm really excited to get my copy. So, I will certainly leave a review when I read it, and I hope everybody at home does too. Thank you.
For the record, the animal season was more expensive than that, so I definitely recommend picking that up. Animal Money, I mean, not the animal. God, the Animal Money. Animal Money by Michael Bishop or something. That one was like $30. That's nothing compared to that. I definitely recommend picking that up. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
You'll definitely enjoy it more, and you'll finish it sooner too. So.
Yeah.
These are all glowing things, right? I mean, these are glowing. I hope.
Yeah. Absolutely.
They may not be coming out that way, but they're meant that way.
No, I appreciate it. I feel where you're coming from.
It's great to reconnect, brother. I hope this isn't the last time.
No, definitely not.
All right, awesome. Wow.
Good night, Kelby. Thank you.
All right, take it easy.
Thanks a lot for coming on.
Bye.
Thank you so much.
Hell yeah. Do I click the X thing?
Yeah. X out of here.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right. Y'all take it easy.
Bye.
You too. Bye-bye.
So maybe those people really are as reactionary as I've been saying, or maybe I needed to say what I needed to say, or maybe both. I don't know. But
I think sometimes we all just got to get things out of our system, Jeremy. But just remember, you know, I think it's also sometimes good that once it's out of your system, you just got to let it fly away into space. Just it goes off, and it goes off forever, and you don't have to think about it. And
that's absolutely right.
Yeah. And sometimes, like, you know, once you get something out of your system, you find yourself thinking about it like a little bit more sometimes, and you get tempted to get it out of your system again. But the right thing to do is to just like process it internally, and you'll find you think about it a little bit less every day until finally you're kind of able to go on to other productive things.
All right. Fair enough. I do have
to listen to me when I fucking tell you this information, Jeremy.
Now that I am slightly more coherent and less volatile, now I do want to close on that right there. Next time someone wants to say something about me, remember that and what my dad is going through, and you know, as by connection what I'm going through. Okay, it wasn't all, you know, raised voices and failures to communicate. Sometimes we wore the same hat. And I want people to remember that, okay? If they remember nothing else, you know, yeah, I probably did love my mom a little bit more, but, I mean, there it is. And it meant something. So even though I'm not able to care for him the way that he needs right now, it doesn't mean I didn't try. And it doesn't mean that I want anybody to be systematically eradicated, no matter what I said in previous years when you all were pushing shit my way that I didn't deserve, whether you realize it or not. And that's all I'm going to say on that. Okay? Remember this. Don't get up tomorrow morning and say, gee, I'm glad of all the things I'm not. You know, if you still have your dad and he's able to carry on a conversation, remember that. Okay? Remember the things you are, not what the things you're not, or what people say you are. Remember that. Okay? Because that's all you're going to remember, you know, on the day they close the casket anyway. So that's all. that is my closing
Sure.
statement. And sometimes I have to get things out, like you said too. And I tried to say it earlier with not as much,
Coherence.
elaboration, but yeah, I got it out this time. So yeah. So, Anne, do we want to get Anne in here real fast to talk about why she's in Minneapolis, or do we? Anne, if
Or you can try shooting her the link to see if she'll answer.
how much of that did you hear? Because I don't know how long my microphone was in the floor.
We heard the whole thing. It was fun.
Around 7:30.
It was all there. Okay.
It was muffled, but it was there.
Huh?
It was muffled, but it was there.
Okay. Maybe I'll do a separate video. I don't know. Anyway, and
I have to tell you, we haven't heard a word you've said all night.
No, shut up. Don't gaslight him.
well,
Train wreck right now.
I don't deserve a person who's come on here tonight, to be honest. Even Mr. Ed, Poopy Bottom guy, I probably don't deserve him. But thank you for your contributions in the chat. I finally got to be able to say that I've been able to ban someone from the chat for 5 minutes. So I was looking to, put that notch under my belt, and you helped me realize that. I think it was just Jason Knox benevolently trolling in the chat, but I could be wrong. Okay.
If I had known that was a goal of yours, I would have come in here and trolled weeks and weeks ago.
Well, there's always a second try, and you're welcome to try to top that, So, like I said, I don't deserve anybody who's been on here tonight, but thank you for bailing me out of. I thought about canceling, but I thought no, that's a.
Oh, I'm so glad you didn't.
I am too.
Yeah, me too.
I am too, honestly. And maybe I'll take a lesson from this on down the road if I ever have to go off of things totally. I hope that never comes. That day never comes. But but yeah, okay. I'm gonna find some shitty music and close this thing out mercifully. So thank you all. Seriously.
Yeah,
Thank you, Jeremy.
absolutely.
Thanks for saving it.
I thought this was a wonderful episode.
Yeah, I thought
Absolutely.
it went pretty good.
I do
Yeah,
too.
I
think-
I was expecting more of a disaster, and it was only
Like last week.
It was close to the edge for a bit, but I really picked it up on my shoulders and carried it.
Yes.
You put the team on your back.
You're
Yeah.
welcome. You're welcome.
And
No,
the
I'm
thing
kidding.
is that sometimes the biggest train wrecks are the most entertaining, and so that's another reason I decided to come on, because maybe that would save it. But I don't know. I'll let listeners be the judge.
It's all good, man. It's all
somebody's
good.
going to listen to
seriously.
this shit. Somebody's going to listen to it. So yeah.
I mean, we had,
Simon McCarty is fucking listening to it in Australia. People
Who has?
yeah.
Who?
Simon McCarty.
Oh,
Yeah,
right on.
Simon's listening
Yeah,
tonight.
the guy who will come on for Frank, but not us, and we don't.
He's just fucking gaslighting you, and he's trolling me because
We
he's a little
don't. We
brat.
don't require webcam. That's the thing. He could come on and do an avatar. It's not. Okay, I'm
He's
done.
just a fucking brat.
I'm changing out. I'm changing it to stereo audio. It's going to be all
Okay.
Legos in a minute, and then we're done. All right.
Fire up the King Crimson.
While we're closing, what's one book everybody should read from each of our present authors? Go.
Elaine.
The Chronomancer.
And I'm going to say go read Familiarity, the director's cut on godless.com.
Yeah, I just picked that up today.
Oh, thank you, Ben. Yeah, like a couple of people picked it up. I'm really excited. I saw that it's getting a little bit of buzz on Godless for some reason.
And my last word for today is Rock Over London, Rock On Chicago, Canon Films, the company of the future.
Wheaties, the breakfast of champions.
Yes, yeah. I'm so
Hell
fucking-
yes.
I'm sad we didn't even get a chance to talk about the Wesley Willis documentary we watched. It was wonderful. It was so good.
Y'all
Yeah, it was
watched the
fun.
Wesley Willis documentary? Okay, hang on.
Yes.
Cancel the music. Cancel the music. No, I'm kidding. We can talk about it some other time.
We should be playing fucking Wesley. We should be playing Cut the Mullet to close out the
Yeah.
show tonight.
Or Birdman Kick My Ass.
I will
Yeah.
Rock and Roll McDonald's.
suck a
No.
cheetah's dick.
It was such a good documentary. It was like he's just so pure. It's like sometimes there are just souls that are just like fonts of creativity. And he was so tortured, but he was so just like He was just the spirit of creation, and I just loved him so much.
Who?
Wesley
Kelby?
Willis.
Oh
Wesley
yeah,
Willis,
yeah.
Daddy
We
of
didn't
rock
talk
and
about
roll.
that. We didn't talk about that, but that was a really awesome documentary that got to show a really sensitive soul and artist who was taken too soon.
Yep.
And he was a little hard around the edges with suck a cheetah's ass, to every other person in public. Excuse me for talking like that, miss, he would always say. They didn't always recognize that. He made people uncomfortable at times, wrongly so. And then when he got really close to someone, he would say, he would get them to bump heads with him and say rah, rah, and then they would bump heads and he'd say roll. And it became this thing to the point that he had an indentation in his forehead that one of his friends, when he was staying with him during the documentary, said he likened to a third eye. Check that documentary out. It's only an hour long, 58 minutes.
Will do.
The Daddy of Rock and Roll, Wesley Willis. It's the shortest but most explosive documentary you'll ever watch. I'm out of here. I'm going to play some music and we're out. Thank you, guys.
All right, y'all have a great night.
Everyone have a good night.
Same thing I opened with. I don't care. I'm gone. There. I'm sorry, okay? What more do you want me to say? I'm sorry. And also, I'm not sorry for some things. Same as any human being. Good night.